Whoa, hello everyone. Hi. Good evening, good morning, whatever. Hello everyone. Yeah, I've got a lot of chapters to edit. A lot. It's as many as it is, as many as it looks to be. This is going to be a very long chapter video. I've already recorded it, obviously. That's why I'm here. This chapter review video is going to be my one big essay video of the month, and then I'm going to be back to working or writing the Alabaster script. So, here's hoping I can get this done quickly. Doubt it, but we'll see, because there's a lot to talk about, of course, because 42, 43, 44, 4 chapters. There's a lot to say in 4 chapters, so let's get to it. Right, anyways, I will put on music and you can, you know, work with me if you want, or you can sit there, stare at me like I'm an animal in a cage, and I can be, I suppose, your bedtime white noise if you want. So yeah. Hi. Oh, I haven't done this in a while. Give me a second, everyone. Also, I changed my gift sub, at least I think I did. Sanji moaning should only happen once with gift subs now. I think. I don't really know, but we'll find out. Look, I would also like a gift sub, a different gift sub emote, but I just have to, like, make one. I didn't get tired of them, it's just when I'm trying to talk. Oh shit. Oh yay, it worked! Thank you, Saber. Oh, Fred. I know your name is Saber of Fred, but I like calling you Fred. Thank you, Saber. Oh, Fred. I really appreciate that. The test and also the gift subs. Okay. It's not that I found them annoying, because I love Sanji moaning. It's just that when I'm trying to talk about something and it's yeah, it's enough. It's enough. So, he has been limited now. I will change that at some point. I just gotta figure out what I want to make my gift sub noise, because I think I do have to change it. What am I doing? The #1 Loki defender, yep. And I forever will be. Oh, I'm very aware of the anime drama. Very aware, because it's bizarre. It's just absolutely bizarre. No one better be attacking animators, by the way. No one. Those animators just draw what they're given. I hope you guys know that. You know who you should be after? The producers. Just saying. Don't be attacking animators. Don't be that person. It's not their fault. Do you want to know what I think it is, Guy with 3 eyes? I think it's that Luffy and Zoro are #1 and #2. When it comes to fandom characters, like in votes, Luffy and Zoro always get #1 and #2. Yeah! So I think it's just them trying to appeal to the larger demographic, because when you make an anime, you're not just making an anime adaptation of a manga, especially when it's One Piece and Toei. You're also advertising to fans, and you're also giving a lot more fan service, right?
Howdy do, boys!
Oda made those changes? Hello? Who's saying this? That is just totally infactual. That is such a rumor. Unless there's an interview of Oda saying that, that is absolutely a lie. What an odd thing to say. That is just absolutely bizarre. Are people saying that because they're saying, well, Oda's in collaboration with the anime? Again, to a point. If Oda wanted that, why didn't he put it in his own manga? I just don't understand. I don't understand why people are looking at the anime and going, ah, yes, this is Oda's vision. Hello, we have Oda's vision. It's called the manga. I don't know, that's so confusing. Oda doesn't have control of the anime. What he has control of is when Toei ask him for character sheets and character models. They will ask him for advice on character models because those are his characters and he's giving them character sheets of how they're drawn. No, they're not going to be coming to him to say, what exactly do we do in this episode? Oda's even said, fuck, was it in an interview or an SBS? I think he said when it comes to like battles and stuff, he said that can be left to the studios. He doesn't really get, from what we know, he doesn't really get talked to much. Again, if Oda's not listed as a producer or a writer in the anime and it just is based on the manga, then it's not anything. Ugh. I just don't understand. I don't get it. What an odd thing to say. No, I don't think Toei hates Sanji. I just think they're doing their jobs in advertising. You have to remember, when you make an anime, when you make an adaptation anime, you're not just adapting from the manga. You are also creating a product. And so that's why there's so much more fan service in anime, point blank, because you're trying to give it a wider appeal than the manga has. And because Luffy and Zoro number 1 and number 2, they're going to push Luffy and Zoro more. Because that's just what happens. Because that's fan service. When Oda writes his manga, he's not thinking about fan service. He's writing a story. When Toei adapt it, they have to think about fan service. Fan service isn't just boobs bouncing. It's also appealing to audiences, to wider audiences. Also, thank you. Oda hates Sanji the most. He should. But yeah. I feel people forget.
Howdy do, boys?
Thank you for the follows, everyone. I feel people forget when it comes to adaptation, you're not just adapting a medium, you're also adapting into a wider audience, or you're trying to get a wider audience, hence fan service. But saying Oda approved all that shit with Toei, once more, the most approval is whatever. His sights are set on the manga, guys. On the manga. Something that I think he might have helped with might have been voice actors regarding in the very early days. I don't know how much he touches anymore. I honestly don't think he does touch anything with the anime anymore. Like, I just don't know because, again, when it comes to authors and anime, they can be involved, but it's not to any heavy extent. Because again, if Oda's name isn't in producing or writing in the anime, or storyboarding even, then no, he hasn't been part of that. It's just, I don't know, it's odd. If anything, I remember Oda saying, I'm just handing the adaptation over to the studios. That's what I remember him saying. I have to find it again, but he basically, in fact, I do remember him saying, I'm not involved very much in the anime. He hands it over to them, and he trusts them to adapt it. I have to find the interview again, but whoever's saying, oh, Oda approved everything, just because it's One Piece doesn't mean he's part of every fucking thing. It's just so bizarre to me. Again, his name has to be in the credits, not just a based on, but in the credits as a writer. Otherwise, he's not part of anything. But that's just such a bizarre thing to say. Without any, like, evidence to back that up regarding the episode itself, regarding interviews and SBSs that Oda has said word of mouth, that is such a weird thing to say. Again, if you want Oda's vision, you read the manga. That's the best vision you're going to get from Oda. I'm of the opinion that when it comes to, Sorry, hang on. I'm of the opinion that when it comes to Toei and what Toei did with Egghead in the new episode, because I saw bits and pieces, Toei tried to explain what happened with the Seraphim and with the Straw Hats and with York. You want my opinion of that? They shouldn't have done that. That was left open for a reason. And I was talking to Foily about this, my friend Foily. We were both saying Oda consistently will go back to a time that happened that we didn't see and will show us the happenings of that. So what happens if in the future we actually do go back to that scene in the manga and Oda says, by the way, this is what happened with Robin and York. This is what York had said to Robin, right? And this is the moment. What will Toei do? They've just insanely fucked up if they did that. I'm of the opinion you should not be adding anything. Unless it's like very light fan service that doesn't disturb, or it's additional emotional scenes such as Sanji's Queen episode where he fought Queen and we got the additional emotional moments there regarding his past, because that's stuff we already knew. Yes, that's stuff we already knew. But yes, unnecessary added exposition that isn't in the manga, that's bizarre. I don't think you should be adding that. He didn't change Chopper's design because of the anime. No, don't get me wrong, he can get inspired from the anime. Chopper's design he admitted to changing because he thought the voice actor's voice was so cute for Chopper. It had nothing to do with how the anime made him. Oda just thought Chopper's voice actor's voice was very adorable, so he said, I want to make Chopper cuter. That can influence him, yes, don't get me wrong. But he hasn't ever bent his story because of the anime, no. What an odd thing to do. But no, I think adding exposition like that is just absolutely bizarre. That is such a weird thing to do. And it made it incredibly convoluted in my opinion, the way they tried to explain it. And it's like, what was so wrong about just leaving it open? And it reminds me of a quote from the writer of American Psycho. Fun fact, the writer of American Psycho didn't like the movie for American Psycho. And he said the reason he didn't like it is because when it comes to film and when it comes to visual medium, people demand an explanation. He said in a book, you can get away with not having an explanation. He said in visual medium, people seem to more further demand an explanation. I find that odd because in the movie there was no explanation, but what he's saying is the audience reaction to that movie was, I need to find an explanation for this. And that's what Toei did. They demanded and they forced out an explanation, and I think that's stupid. I don't think they should have adapted it like that. I think they should have left that open, because Oda left that open. And he does these things for a reason. At the same time, Oda's expressed he doesn't care too much for writing battles anymore. So maybe he went, no, fuck it, I just don't want to draw that. And Toei said, we'll take that up. And I feel like, why? I don't know, it's just silly to me, I'm sorry. But yeah. It's just bizarre. It's really bizarre. Look, I personally would have done it like that because it showed Nami saving Sanji, and that's great. I love Nami saving Sanji. The issue is, this is about Sanji's mutation? And they just, for some reason, they turned his mutation off. We haven't seen Sanji get, like, hit down since his mutation. I need you guys to realize this. In, Wano, he fainted from exhaustion, yes, after defeating Queen, but he got back up in that same night. In like an hour, he got back up, right? Makes sense. All throughout Egghead, he got chomped by an elder and he stood back up. I need you guys to remember that. He got chomped by one of the most terrifying celestial beings in One Piece's world and he just stood back up. He kept going. So how the fuck are you gonna go from fighting a single Seraphim who tanked a punch to the face, he stood there, to my arm on the ground? It's weird. It's just weird. So it's like, I absolutely love I love Nami saving Sanji, but in the context it didn't make sense. Not because I think Sanji solos or mid-diffs, high diffs, whatever the fuck people say. Simply because this is about his narrative mutation. And he's supposed to kind of be off right now. So it's like, why in the world do we go from Wano, his every bone in his body is broken and he can still move, to, my arm? It's just bizarre. It's just really bizarre. It's less the adaptation process. I don't hate the adaptation process. It's more, is no one considering the narrative? Like, you know what I mean? It was about narrative. It wasn't about strength. And it's like, hello, why'd you just suddenly turn his mutation off? Anyways. I don't know. I wasn't about it. But no, I don't think Toei hates Sanji. I just think Toei are catering to the two most popular characters. Because Luffy and Zoro are the two most popular characters. And that just makes some characters get thrown under the bus. Because it's not just Sanji. Why the fuck was Robin on the ground being saved by Kaku? You want to know what I assumed had happened to Robin? I assumed that she had gone against York. Because she was at York's door. I'd assumed that she was the one going after York and that had injured her. I'd also assumed that Zoro ran off and got lost. Because he got lost chasing S-Hawk. Because Kaku was the one who was severely injured, not Zoro. And a lot of people, I've seen a lot of people are using the chapter where it's like, no, Kaku confirmed that he went against two Seraphim. No, he fucking didn't. Kaku just said, I went against two Seraphim. He didn't say me and Zoro. He said, I went against two Seraphim. And it's like, probably because I assumed he'd caught up to the Seraphim while Zoro didn't. Because again, Zoro, it was very indicated and hinted that he got lost. But I don't know. I don't know. But I assume that Robin got injured because she caught up to York. Because she was at York's doorstep, don't forget. But I don't know. I didn't like the image of Robin on the ground with Kaku saving her. That's a bit bizarre. But whatever, I guess. I don't know. Both, in my opinion, both Sanji and Robin got treated dirty there. I didn't like either of that. Hello, everyone. Anyway. Look, I'm of the opinion Toei should not have adapted that point blank. I'm of the opinion that why would you add extra exposition that is not in the manga? I don't mind extra scenes if it's something we already know, but why would you add extra exposition of something we don't know and we're probably not really supposed to know? I just think it's weird. Saturn is strong, by the way. Why are some of you guys not convinced that the Celestial Elders are, aren't strong? The Celestial Elders are fucking terrifying. Saturn was not a bum. I don't know where this is coming from. I was fucking terrified of Saturn. We've only gotten a taste of the Elders and they were terrifying. At least to me they were. Oh yeah, Saturn's a bum, but not in strength. He's just a bum. I was gonna say, the Straw Hats wouldn't have gotten away if it weren't for Amet. When Buggy? What about Buggy? Anyways, look, as you guys know, I haven't been keeping up with the anime anyway because I've just been enjoying the manga more, and that's usually rare for me. But I simply very much more enjoy Oda's vision than I do anyone else taking his vision and adapting it. So I'm going to be sticking with the manga from here on out. This is why when people saying Oda approved this, it's like, hello, it's his manga. It's his manga. Like, if you want Oda's vision, why are you looking outside of the manga? It's just so bizarre to me. Any approval from Oda is okay. Probably because he's fucking busy. He's writing his story. Stop power scaling in my chat. This is why I have an issue with power scaling. Because you guys want to make up imaginary numbers. You're looking at a character like Saturn and saying, oh, he wasn't scary. Are you fucking joshing yourself? Yes, Saturn was scary, but you have made up numbers in your head to make him not scary. You think Oda gives a shit about the numbers in your head? He's not thinking about that when he's making a character like Saturn. What he's thinking about is making a fucking eldritch, terrifying monster that could have fucking destroyed the Straw Hats had Emmet not been there. This is why I have an issue with power scaling, because you guys take your imaginary numbers and you apply them to characters that have a different intention to what you are giving them. Yes, Saturn is scary. You have convinced yourself he isn't because of your numbers. It's stupid. Like, stop it. It's about narrative. It is not about numbers. It is not about scaling. Look at Saturn from a narrative viewpoint. He is scary. He's a politician. Less of a politician and more of a dictator, I'd say. I just don't get it, because Saturn was absolutely horrifying to me. Saturn was literally an inch away from getting the Straw Hats. And from taking, like, kidnapping them, taking their lives. He literally wanted a little girl dead. And had it not been for Emmet, he probably would have gotten his way. We have to remember the only reason the Straw Hats got away was because of Emmet. They literally escaped from the skin of their teeth. And people are telling me Saturn isn't scary. Are you kidding me? It's ridiculous. Getting hurt by buildings? What are you talking about? Is it factual or not? Is it a narrative point or not that if it weren't for Emmet, the Straw Hats probably wouldn't have gotten away? Is it factual or not that Saturn was a crumb away from getting the Straw Hats? Bonnie and Luffy blasted his ass. Was he down, mate? They punched him and what happened? He was still fucking going, wasn't he? You're acting like Luffy and Bonnie killed him when they punched him. They did not. He was still moving. What are you talking about? This is why your numbers are ridiculous. They don't even make sense. Yeah, they punched him, and then what? He kept fucking going. Your numbers don't even make sense, man. Yeah, the other elders that Saturn did what? Bring to the fucking land. Saturn is the reason those elders were there. They couldn't touch Saturn for the longest time, and then he summoned the other elders. They went, fuck, we gotta run. Saturn himself was horrifying, and then Saturn himself summoned the other elders. Saturn was literally meant to be a taste of what the elders could do. Not only that, he was the weakest link, and he was doing that. Yes, he's scary. Stop with your imaginary numbers. I am so serious. You can power scale, but you have to accept the narrative is telling us Saturn was fucking scary. This is what pisses... You know what grinds my gears? You can have your numbers, but enough, okay? Enough. You have to accept your imaginary numbers are not part of the narrative. That's what pisses me off. Oda doesn't give a shit about your numbers. He's writing a story. He's writing a character with intent, and you're ignoring the intent and you're ignoring the narrative with your numbers. If you give me one more, but the damage, I don't care about the damage. I'm looking at a man that nearly got the Straw Hats. And that is a narrative fact. The Straw Hats escaped from the skin of their fucking teeth, and it's because of Saturn. It's just insane to me. You're literally making things up. I'm not. I've had it. How many Gummus is Saturn? This is why power scaling's fine. It's fine when you're having fun. This is why I have beef with it, because I'm trying to talk about narrative. You guys are not talking about a narrative. You're talking about your fake, imaginary, made-up numbers. They are made up. The narrative is something that is specific. It's there. I can talk about the narrative factually. You are not talking about these things factually. You're making shit up. It's just unbelievable. Also, guy, the elders are not politicians, they are dictators. That's a whole other thing. No one's voting the elders into office. Ugh. It's just, if you're trying to talk to me about, but this because of this. Saturn had Luffy on the ground! What are you fucking talking about? Saturn had Luffy running. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ, I cannot. Some dictators were voted into office. And you think the elders were voted in the world government? Bro, the elders mingled their way in. I will not relax. You know why I won't relax? Because I'm trying to analyze a story. And I have people coming to me and saying, well, actually, your analysis doesn't make sense because of my numbers. How can I relax when my job is being upended? When what I'm doing is being upended by people saying, but my numbers. And the numbers aren't even real. I will not relax. If you want a power scale, you can go somewhere else. That's not what I do. Okay? And it's not what you should be doing either. Not seriously. Do it for fun. Do it for fun, but don't come into my streams and say, but it's about a narrative. I've had it. I've just had it. I think I'm more on edge these days because the Toei additional scenes have only made it worse. They've only made it worse. Because now you have people going, oh my god, you know what I'm horrified of actually? I'm actually horrified of what Toei are going to do with Lucci and Zoro. I'm horrified. You want to know why I'm horrified? Because Zoro is supposed to be struggling in that fight. He is. And like, when I say this, again, it's the people with the imaginary numbers coming to me and saying no. Even though the narrative calls for, states that Zoro is struggling in that fight. He's supposed to be. To the point that Sanji says he is a liability because he isn't taking out Lucci in time. And this really frustrates me because when I say Zoro is struggling, this is part of his character arc right now, I have people saying, but my numbers say he isn't. Can you see why this is so annoying? I'm trying to talk about character writing and narrative writing and I get hit by people who say, actually, in my head, no. And they don't even have a justifiable reason, it's just numbers. If they had a justifiable narrative reason, character writing reason for why they're contradicting me, sure, but it's not, it's but my numbers. And it's so annoying. So I'm super on edge about this right now. Because it's getting worse because of the anime. This power scaling discussion is only getting worse because of what the anime is doing. And I'm terrified of what's going to happen with Lucci and Zoro. Simply because Zoro is supposed to struggle against Lucci. And I have a feeling they're not going to show him struggling much. And it's going to be really annoying because that's part of his character right now. That he's, for some reason, struggling against opponents. Especially Lucci. And he was struggling against the Seraphim. He was very exhausted against the Seraphim. And now they've totally taken that away. Because the thing is, when it comes to King, right? Yes, Zoro figured out that when it comes to the Lunarians, When their fire goes out, they're easier to hit, or you can hit them. Yeah. When Zoro figured that out, it wasn't a walk in the park after that, was it? He figured that out, but he still struggled to take down King, even after figuring that out. So explain to me why the anime has shown, okay, he's figured it out, he can just take them out by click. No. They're not only Lunarians, they're Seraphim with devil fruits. It doesn't make sense. And he died. Yeah, he passed out for a week. He saw the Grim Reaper. So I'm looking at this, and then I'm looking at what's going to happen with him and Lucci, and I'm like, they've just already contradicted themselves. And it's so frustrating. I can't calm down about this because I'm trying to help people see a story, and some people don't want to see a story. They want to see a sport. Go watch basketball. Sorry, I got really phlegmy. Go watch Luffy and the Lakers if you want sport. The anime's gonna frame Zoro's assholeness at the end of Egghead as reasonable. I don't know how they could do that. Unless, instead of Jinbei saying, oh, come on, they are Jinbei saying, fair enough. They could do that. I don't think they will, though. Look, removing Sanji from that one scene was fucking wild, I will say that. And you know why that's wild? You know why that's wild? Because a lot of people are saying, well, Sanji got his own, like, single shot. So did everyone else, not just Sanji. For some reason, everyone else got a single shot after that, and were also included in the group shot, but Sanji wasn't. And other people were saying, oh, but Sanji was moving. Then why couldn't they show him skip hopping past in the back? Was it that hard? Was it that hard? That's like the easiest way to adapt that. Just show him skip hop and jumping around in the back if he's moving. Instead, they just totally omitted him. And there's a very obvious space between Lucci and Luffy. It was so bizarre. I was convinced when I saw that there was a Sanji layer and someone just forgot to turn it back on. I'm like a little bit convinced that happened because it's just odd. It is really odd. The group shot thing was just absolutely bizarre because people are trying to come up with excuses for it, but the only thing to say is there's not an excuse. It was very easily adaptable. Just make him skip in the background to get the shot. What? Why did they just remove him? It's really weird. That's weird. That was weird. That was incredibly weird. The thing with Bonnie and the Hard Eyes was also super weird as well. I made a tweet that said Japanese fans were pissed. I think I said some Japanese fans were pissed. The reason I said that is because I'm sometimes on the Japanese side of Twitter, but I also have a friend who speaks Japanese, as you all know. Yes, she does. And she's also on the Japanese side of Twitter, and I follow multiple artists, right? Sanji artists who are Japanese. Multiple of them were like, that was weird that Toa did that. So even they were like, huh? That was a bit odd. I made my wording a bit harsh because I think I was upset as well. But some of them were also going, this is a bit odd. It wasn't a big deal for them. It was more like, okay. It was more like, okay, that was okay. But a lot of my Japanese Sanji oomps on Twitter were talking about that, like, that was a strange thing to add. Why did they do that? Because that was never anything in the manga, and it's especially frustrating with the Bonnie thing, because it feels Oda took such great care to not have that be anything weird. Because he was like, no, Sanji is not a fucking degenerate. Not like this. And Toa went, put him in there. It was just really odd. No, I don't think there's Sanji haters in Toa. I just think, again, it comes down to fan service. Also, the reason I don't think there are Sanji haters in Toa is because the Sanji Queen episode was fucking fantastic. That was really good. That was really good, Peter. Well, thank you for the sub. his episode was just great. So, I don't think... Love the YouTube videos, thank you. I don't think there are haters, Sanji haters in Toei. I just think there's some mismanagement going on, or there's some creative choices that they're not really thinking about to a higher extent, and it's because they're a weekly anime. I just think Toei being a weekly anime, it really hinders them. It really hinders them. But yeah, it was a bit weird. What's even weirder is... So in the group shot, Bonnie is standing there eating pizza. And in the background, Sanji's running with cake. And I assumed, many of us assumed he was running over to Robin. Because Robin was the one who couldn't move. She was on the other side of the room and she wasn't eating anything. But for some reason, Toei have him going to Bonnie as she's eating pizza and he's holding cake. And it's like... I don't think that's what he did, but okay. Whatever, I guess. It was odd. Look, it's odd. Look, I'm just convinced. How do I explain this? Where's my Photoshop? I'm convinced this is what happened with the group shot. Do-do-do-do. So here's what I think happened. I think they were drawing him in. And you need layers, right? You need layers. So... they had their artist drawing these layers. And here's what happened. They were animating the scene, okay? And to do that, they had to turn them off. See how I pressed that button? What I think happened is they forgot to turn that button back on. I think they just forgot to press the button again. The Sanji layer. This Sanji layer was turned off and forgotten to be turned back on. At least that's what I'm going with. Oh, I miss him every day. Look, I'm really holding out for Wit. I'm really holding out for Wit because, this is worse than the time I forgot to hit the Sanji button. I'm really holding out for Wit because Wit is going to be seasonal. And, oh, speaking of, I've told you guys this. Why am I so off center, by the way? Okay, I've told you guys this. Toei have a real tone problem. An incredible tone problem. Stop fighting in the chat! Oh my god, or you go to emote only. Toei have a real tone problem, an incredible tone problem. When people say One Piece have a tone problem, no it doesn't, they're talking about Toei. Every time One Piece gets any kind of criticism, it's not the manga, it's not the writing from Oda itself, it's Toei. It's always the anime. One of the reasons the time skip is taken so poorly is because of what the anime did to it. Because the anime made it drag like insanely so, and the animation was fucking dog shit. There are a lot of problems. So I have beef with Toei's adaptation for that reason. But when it comes to tone, they're really bad at it sometimes. So I say this because I look at something like Sanji's episode and the rooftop episode. Those episodes were fantastic in Wano. The tone was magnificent. The rooftop episode's tone was fantastic. But it comes down to what I've decided. It must come down to director and producer, but mainly director, because obviously there were different directors working on those two different episodes. I don't know who they usually get to work on the episodes, but they don't usually get those two. So I had an issue with the anime in the new, because I saw a scene, and the scene was York revealing that she was the one that killed Shaka, because she was the one in control of the Seraphim. For some reason in the anime, they added this fucking doopity doopity banjo music. It was like, as she was like, it's me, I'm the one that's controlling the Seraphim. And I was watching this like, when I read that in the manga, I was like, oh. Because this woman killed Shaka. She's the reason that the Straw Hats had been attacked by the Seraphim. And it's playing doity doity music to reveal it. I was really weirded out by that. I was like, call me crazy? Call me crazy, but I think that should be more serious. I didn't agree with the tone that they used there. They made it sound silly. And the nothing happened moment as well, I hated that. I just hated that. The nothing happened scene needed to be dead quiet. The nothing happened moment needed to be dead quiet, because when I was reading that in the manga, my thought was all I can hear is the wind. That was my thought. And again, people argue, but it's meant to be Zoro being cool, blah, blah, blah. And as you know, I totally disagree. And the reason I disagree is because that was the closest we'd ever gotten to a Straw Hat being killed. And Sanji also was terrified. Sanji's reaction was everything. He was fucking horrified at what he was seeing. He literally said, "Are you alive?" And they played dun, dun, dun. They didn't actually play that. They played the dun, 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 whatever the fuck the music was. And it's like, you have a Straw Hat bleeding out. He just went through hell. His crewmate is horrified at what he's seeing. He literally thinks he's a walking dead man right now. And you're playing bum, bum, bum. That should be quiet, deathly quiet, because that's a horrifying thing to witness, in my opinion. And we know it's serious because what happens there follows Zoro into the next arc. It's a secret that Sanji and Zoro have between each other. They can't tell Luffy because they know that will piss Luffy off. And you're going to play victorious music. Because again, I don't consider what Zoro did a victory. I consider that him being cornered. If it was such a victory, why were they hiding it from Luffy? Why does Luffy still not know that happened? That is not a victory. That wasn't a victory, that was a deal. And the deal was to see hell. I thought that was absolutely bizarre to add that music to that. You never thought of it like that? That's why you should watch my videos. Because when I read the manga, I was thinking, wow, this is horrifying. Zoro was passed out for how many days? And again, that followed him into the next arc. Because he was still severely injured from that. And Sanji was worried about him because he knew Zoro was still injured. Luffy even said, "What is wrong with him?" And Sanji said, "Oh my god, don't worry about it," because they're hiding it. They're hiding the fact that Zoro had to go through that hell to save the crew and Luffy. And again, that's not a victory. Victory that he barely survived all that pain. I don't know. I just wouldn't call it a victory if you have to keep it a secret from your captain. O'Hara got obliterated. Doy to doy doy. Yeah, they have a real problem with tone. They really do. So I'm hoping Wit fix those tone problems. I'm really holding out for Wit. I mean, I've also said there's what happened to Zoro and Thriller Bark was traumatic. That's what gets me. There are now currently reminders of Thriller Bark everywhere for Zoro right now. Everywhere. Coom is one of them. So, it's pretty much been established to me that that moment in Thriller Bark did fuck Zoro up. Really fucked him up. To the point that he was also trying to overcompensate in Sabaody, do not forget. He was pushing himself more than he could handle, and that nearly cost him. So, this is another example of when Zoro thinks he's not good enough, he overcompensates. And it ends up pushing him to extremes that he should not be pushing himself to. What happened in Thriller Bark was traumatizing. And now we're in Elbaf, and he's seeing reminders of Thriller Bark everywhere, and now it feels like he's being cruel again. It feels like he's overcompensating again. Because he may believe in his own head that he keeps fucking up. Maybe. Maybe. I personally am of the opinion that Zoro thinks his performance in Egghead wasn't good enough. That's what I feel. I'm not saying Zoro's not good enough. I think he's very well good enough. I think he's a phenomenal character, phenomenal fighter. But I think he thinks his performance in Egghead could have cost the Straw Hats. And I think that really gets to him. Because, as Lucci said to him, the Straw Hats could leave if it weren't for you. Because remember, Zoro was the one all the way over there because he was being held up by Lucci and Lucci was being held up by him, etc, etc. So Lucci was fucking with him, don't get me wrong. But then it was hammered in when he heard Sanji say, he's a liability. Now, if you're Zoro, right, and your job is to protect the crew. You love this crew, by the way. They are your family. You are terrified of losing someone you love because you've lost someone you've loved before and you still haven't gotten over that. And now you're terrified of losing someone you love again. And they are your family now. And you realize that you could have been the reason that someone on your crew could have died, or you're the reason that your crew couldn't get to safety in a proper time, so you're called a liability. Would that not absolutely eat you alive? Would that not eat you up inside? That you are called a liability, even though you are the one that wants to protect your crew and your loved ones, your family. And your family then says he's a liability because you haven't gotten back to safety yet. You're still fucking around with the person that can kill everyone. Do you know what I mean? Zoro wasn't stalling Lucci because he was afraid. He was afraid of using too much haki. Well, here's the thing. You call it Zoro stalling Lucci. I call it Zoro struggling. I don't call it stalling. I agree with you on the haki thing. I think he's afraid to go all out because last time he did, he was in hospital for a week. Oh, I know you don't see Zoro that way, Mr. Power Scaler. I know. It's okay. One day I'll get to you. But, I personally see that I personally call it Zoro struggling against Lucci because he was. Because Lucci was a threat. A huge threat. And you really think Zoro would be someone to keep someone like Lucci around just for a fight? You think Zoro would keep the crew on the islands that's about to blow up with this horrifying haki around him, this power that he feels around him, just because he's stalling? No, he wasn't stalling, he was struggling. I am of the belief that yes, he could have taken out Lucci. And also, do not forget, Zoro wasn't the one that took out Lucci. That was Jinbei. Zoro wasn't even the one that had that in the bag. Jinbei was the one that stepped him and actually got Lucci to his knees. That wasn't Zoro. Why would Zoro be upset at what Sanji said? Gee, I don't know. Maybe because they're the wings and they respect each other. And when someone you respect says you're a liability, how would that make you feel? Sanji's his family, as well as his wing, his fellow wing. Together they uplift Luffy. Remember what happened in Wano? When they needed each other to fight King and Queen together because they knew they couldn't do it on their own. When Sanji was the one carrying Zoro around because Zoro needed the help. Now imagine someone like that who you respect, who is your fellow wing, saying your reliability. You would feel like you're not pulling your weight. You didn't interpret that as a serious moment. You have Sanji struggling for his fucking life, trying to get the crew to safety, asking where the fuck is Zoro? And when he hears what Zoro's doing, he says he's a liability. He doesn't even say it to Zoro. He says it to Jinbei because he's angry. And you don't take that as a serious moment? Are you serious? We're in the middle of an island blowing up. We're in the middle of multiple celestial elders going after a little girl, trying to kill her, trying to kill the Straw Hats. And you don't take Sanji being frustrated and saying he's a liability as something serious. That was so serious that made Zoro shape up. Because he realized, I can't be wasting my time here. I can't be here anymore. Here's the thing, I do not believe this person is a troll. If you're a troll, tell me, but I think you're serious and that concerns me. That was a very serious moment. But he wasn't fighting, was he? He was talking to Jinbei. It wasn't a joke. Sanji has never called Zoro a liability, not even as a joke. And when he's joking with Zoro, it's to his face. Or it's very obvious because he calls him a Matamo, or he calls him a broccoli. But in the middle of an island blowing up, and he's saying, where the fuck is Zoro? And Jinbei says he's still fighting Lucci, and Sanji says, still. He's a liability. That is not a fight. That is Sanji being frustrated because he knows Zoro should be back by now. And everyone's in danger. They can't leave without Zoro. Sanji knows that. Zoro knows that. That was not a joke. Of course that's gonna hang over Zoro's head, being called a liability. Sanji didn't even know Zoro was listening, by the way. There's insulting each other, and then there's being serious. Sanji wasn't talking to Zoro, he was talking to Jinbei. How is that a fight? Jinbei told him exactly what was happening. And Sanji said he's a liability. That is not a fight. There's a huge difference. You can tell when they're fighting with each other because it's not serious. Because again, they're calling each other names. They'll add a laugh track. You want to know what isn't serious? When Sanji said Zoro's a soaring broccoli, that wasn't serious. But in the middle of an island blowing up, and they need Zoro back here now, yes, Sanji's serious. Of course he's serious. You know why? Because him, the Straw Hats, and a little girl are about to die if Zoro doesn't get his ass back to the ship. That is not a joke. Wahoo, thank you for the sub. I don't know, maybe I'm just very good at picking out when they're joking and when they're not joking, but you can tell when they're joking because they're not in a serious situation. It's also the fact that Sanji wasn't talking to Zoro. Zoro just overheard that. A graceful soaring broccoli, yeah, sorry. But yes, being called a liability by someone you fight alongside with and you respect. Yes, they respect each other. That would get to you. That would really get to you. I feel personally that Zoro doesn't think he pulled his weight in Egghead. Murphy's also like me. You know why? Because we like a good story. Murphy's smarter than me, by the way. Listen to Murphy more. But Murphy has an incredibly good head on her shoulders. She's better at literature than I am. You listen to Murphy, okay? I'm doing fine. Ah! When Zoro has his breakdown in Elbaf, don't come crying to me. Because I will be saying, I told you so.
Howdy do, boys.
Speaking of if I'm okay, by the way, let's move on from this. You still think Angie's evil? Oh my god, it was you. You gotta let that go, man. But, the giant dads are gay. What do you mean prove? At this point, I'd have to disprove that they're gay. Have you seen them? Went to the bathroom together to chuck up. Have a group attack and they crossed their weapons. Fought on an island for 100 years. Cried when one of them thought the other one died. Cried again when the other one was actually alive. It's a matter of reading comprehension. They love each other. Island mates. There we go. I've been on the Big Mom will come back train ever since she got taken out in Wano. Ever since she was screaming for vengeance for Law and Kid. That she said, I'll remember that. And ever since I saw she got sent to the core of the earth, and I was like, nah, there's no way she's dead. I don't know about Kaido, but Big Mom has a lot more referencing here. She's so connected to Elbaf. And also, she's dangerous. I disagree. I don't see the last saga being too busy to bring Big Mom back. Because Big Mom has always been important. Big Mom has been incorporated into the story. Why would it be too busy for her? She's part of the busyness. She's incredibly part of the busyness. Luffy also promised Katakuri, I will defeat Big Mom. One of the biggest reasons I think Big Mom definitely needs to come back is because Luffy made that promise. And he wasn't the one that took out Big Mom. I still think Luffy needs to be the one to take her down. And I think it would make the most sense if she came back just a beast. Just an absolute vengeful, spiteful monster. And Luffy said, now's the time. Also, Pudding and her children do not believe Big Mom's dead. Big Mom's children don't believe Big Mom is gone. Again, I trust her kids because you know why? Because it's the same instance as when, Luffy's crew say, no, Luffy's not dead. Remember in Wano when they said Luffy's dead and the whole crew said, nah, fuck that, Luffy's not dead? It's the same deal. It's the exact same deal. I don't think Gaban's going to be that involved in the fight. But yeah, Big Mom's own children do not believe she's dead. They don't believe she's gone. Pudding was like, what did she say to Blackbeard? You really think she's gone? She's not dead. At this point, people thinking she is dead, I think that's copium. I think there's so much there to show that she's still alive. The fact that her homies are still existing, that's her soul. Her soul is in those homies. If she were dead, how could she possibly still have those homies be up and alive? Her soul's in those. We don't know if the homies depend on her being alive, but we know they're part of her life force. Also, Big Mum ate Mother Caramel. I'd say there's a bit of a difference there. Life force can go away. Yes, it can. If someone dies, their life force is gone. They are dead. They're dead! It's the fact that Big Mum's power relies on her soul. What do you mean it's given it's theirs now? That's her soul! Her soul is them. The homies do not exist without her. That is her soul. They don't just have a soul. That's her. She literally gives part of her life force to create living beings because she's Big Mum. That's her. I don't know where the stinkmen are, but I want them back. I disagree. I totally don't think her power can continue after she's dead. Because it relies on her life. Like, I totally don't agree. It feels a bit cut and dry, in my opinion. I love these emotes. They have free will, but they're still her soul. What are you not understanding here? Those things don't exist without Big Mum, is what I'm saying. They simply don't. No, there are other things that are alive without Big Mum, but Zeus is her. That's her soul. My point is, she's not dead. Okay, if we're talking about this then what makes people think she could be dead? She's fallen. This woman can cause natural disasters, yes? She's indestructible, essentially. Would Whole Cake Island fall apart when she dies? I 100% believe it would, yes. 100%. Whole Cake Island shouldn't exist in the first place. But when it comes to her giving things life, right? Whole Cake Island is already falling apart. But when it comes to her giving things life, she's fallen into the center of the earth. So why can't she just give the core of the earth life? Or she can add on to Prometheus's soul life. Right? People thinking she's dead when this is the literal mother of natural destruction. How is one staying alive? Because she's fucking crazy. Because she is someone who can grab lightning with her bare hands. She grabs flame with her bare hands. She's the mother of natural calamity, of destruction, natural disaster. And you think she can't survive the core of the earth when she has quite literally harnessed the powers of lightning and fire? 100% she can survive that. She survived falling into the ocean because of her homies. She's literally the mother of natural destruction. She's a literal force of nature, and people are looking her fall into the earth and go, how could she survive that? Because the earth is her fucking playground, mate. She gets her power from the earth. She harnesses the earth. It's what she does. There's just no way that killed her. Wasn't it? Yes, a lava homie, 100%. Why is that such an... like, that's not a stretch at all. No, I don't think it's too early for her to come back. I think Elbaf is a perfect spot for her to come back. They keep talking about Big Mum. Also, Ragnarok. I'm of the personal opinion that Big Mum's going to be the cause of Ragnarok, not Loki. I think Ragnarok's going to happen, and I think she's going to be the horrifying lava monster that makes it happen. That makes, in my opinion, that just makes sense. She bursts out from a volcano with a new harnessed power and a new bloodlust. They keep mentioning Big Mom and Elbaf. This is the perfect time to bring her back. And she has a connection as well. The Giants... Goldberg just literally talked about how the Giants had a crusade against Big Mom. This is unfinished business in every corner. If Big Mom comes back in Elbaf, that giant crusade is starting up again. Why do I think Oda has introduced God Knights this early into the arc? To introduce them into the saga. We are seeing who they are, what they can do. I personally don't believe the Straw Hats are going to get out of the God Knight fight freely. Maybe one God Knight goes down, maybe two, the way Saturn did. But I think it's going to be similar to the Celestial Elders. And I think they're going to be terrifying. He's introduced them this early on because he's letting us know, here these guys are, they exist, keep an eye out for them. Look, I'll admit I've gotten a bit cocky because I've been having a good run with Elbaf this year. Last year, not so much. This year, I keep guessing things. I guessed Loki falling over, by the way, and bluffing and falling over. And I got Gabun right as well. A lot of... I mean, it's not 100% confirmed, but a lot of people are now finally starting to see Zoro is acting off. If I get Shirahoshi right, I'm actually going to lose my mind. If Loki's phone friend is Shirahoshi, I'm gonna lose it. My point is I've had a good run, so I'm feeling pretty good. Shirahoshi theory, Loki has a pen pal. He's got a phone friend. Never met the phone friend ever. He's talked to her for a few years, or talked to them for a few years, and the phone friend said, oh, there's kindness under your harsh words. My theory is that's Shirahoshi that he's talking to. The cool person doesn't have a name. Loki just calls them Shaggy or Harry, but we don't know the phone person's name. But remember, Loki has a habit to do what Loki does, to do what Luffy does, which is just give someone a name. But considering Shirahoshi was someone who was stuck in her room for years, and Loki was someone chained to a tree for years, I don't know how they got each other's number, but it makes sense to me that those are the two that ended up talking to each other. Also, the event that Loki's talking about sounds like the event that happened in the Reverie. Basically, Loki says to his phone friend, "Wow, I'm sorry, that must have been really scary for you." And then Loki says, "If I were there..." No, sorry. And the phone friend says, "Yeah, I'm still shaken by it now when I think about it." And Loki says, "If I were there, I would have killed them all and razed hell to the ground." And the friend says, "Oh my god, no, I couldn't have ever possibly done that." And then the friend says, "I realize that when you say harsh things, you're actually being kind." So, my thought was, first of all, the way the phone friend speaks is very polite. Very overly polite. That's how Shirahoshi speaks. Second of all, she gets called hairy. And yes, Roger said that Neptune was going to have a hairy baby. Third of all, the event sounds like when Charlos tried to capture Shirahoshi. And that event really scared her. And it sounds like Loki is saying, if I were there, I would have killed all those, like, all the people there. If that happened and I were there. It sounds like it matches up to me. Because I was thinking, who went through a traumatic event recently? And would be like, no, I couldn't do that. Sounds like Shirahoshi to me. But we'll see what happens. Kobe! Can you imagine Kobe talking to Loki? Hey, look, it could be Kobe, but the over-politeness, it feels more like Shirahoshi. It's also the fact Shirahoshi was just in her room for years. It would make sense that she had someone to talk to. Shirahoshi also has the joke that she likes guys who are taller than her. Hi, Ame. And I'm gonna actually cry if it ends up being Shirahoshi because that's part of the joke. You're right, it's Gaimon. Because we have to remember, Loki has never met this person. Never met this person, they've never met each other. So it could be anyone. A lot of people say it's someone from Elbaf. I don't agree, because otherwise he could meet them. Why would Loki call her hairy? Because he's like Luffy. He makes up names. Remember, Luffy calls Shirahoshi like Wimphoshi or something, and then he actually called her something proper, like Shirahoshi after she stopped being a wimp. But not only that, the snail that he talks to her through is hairy. So he's probably just associated name snail to her. It's not her dad because her dad has a speech thing, a speech tick. Jagul, whatever the hell he says. Her dad has a specific speech pattern. The person speaking on the phone doesn't have a speech pattern. Also, her dad doesn't talk like that. Going, oh goodness, I could never. Jaimon, that's it. Jamon! Yeah, that's the thing. How are they in contact? I don't know. But that can be said for any character because he's never met this person. They've never met each other, so how the hell are they in contact? The milk girl from the Lucia. That would be interesting. It's brown beard. Also, Shirahoshi's really important to the story for who she is. Because she's seen to be an ancient weapon. And I'm thinking this would be a good way to get Shirahoshi back into the story too. Okay, my mic was just peaking for some reason. It's Gob! Maybe Loki just butt dialed and it accidentally called Shirahoshi. Here's the thing with Rox. A lot of people are talking about Rox like we know him. We don't. Because people are going, destroy the world, destroy the world. We have to remember, destroying the world in One Piece is not exactly a negative. We really have to remember that. Because think of the world as it is now. The world government doesn't want to destroy the world. They want to maintain it as it is. Destroying the world is not a negative. So a lot of people are talking about Rox like he is an undeniable evil. And I have to remind them we actually don't know anything. We only know little tidbits. And I think it's unfair currently to base anything off anything with Rox because we don't know anything about him. All we know is his connections to some people, but we don't know enough at all. Didn't he just brutally injure a child, Loki? Don't get me wrong, yeah, that's fucked. But Loki did say, I want to fight. And for all we know, that could be, I have to get this kid to stop looking up to me. It could be that Rox is very extreme. I'm not saying that's incorrect. But how come this happens and then we look at Garp beating up children and that's fine? Ah. You don't call Garp evil. But when it comes to someone like Loki, when it comes to Rox, blah, 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 I'm not saying Rox is a good guy. I don't believe he's a good guy. Garp didn't stab them. Yeah, he just abandoned them. And in a forest. For how many months? And gave Luffy fucking problems and complexes about being alone. Gee whiz! Twist to the heart as bad as a twist to the back. Anyway, my point is, currently it's looking bad, okay? It was looking bad for Loki as well. And now look at where we're at. A Whitebeard even said to him, you didn't have to stab him. Right? And I agree. But for all we know, there could be a reason to it. I'm not saying there's a reason to stab kids. What I'm saying is, it could be possible that Loki was just incredibly insistent. And Rox was like, I have to get this kid to stop trying to follow me. I have to go to extremes. But what I'm saying now is I personally don't think Rox is anything that we can consider yet. We don't know anything about him. We don't know a damn thing about him. I'm not a Rox apologist. I'm trying to say you guys are jumping to conclusions at an incredibly fast pace. And I need you guys to remember the way One Piece works. Remember Jinbe? Remember what we first thought of Jinbe? And now we're getting a flashback of Rox. Incredibly out of context, mind you. We have to remember that first impressions are not everything when it comes to One Piece. I'm saying right now it looks bad, but Oda tricks you. He tricks you into first impressions because the whole point is first impressions are not what you should be relying on. His crew killed their own mates, and that could be true. Highly possible, but hey, so did Whitebeards. So where does that leave us? Yes, they did. Blackbeard was one of Whitebeard's sons. And he killed his own crewmate. And again, where does that leave us? What I'm saying is, you guys are jumping to conclusions about Rox, and I'm saying, hold up. Maybe think more about this. Assumptions build biases, exactly. I'm trying to say, I'm not saying Rox isn't evil, but I'm also saying you cannot just immediately assume, oh, he bad. Yeah, it's fucked up that he stabbed a kid, do not get me wrong. but we've seen a lot of child beating in One Piece. We've seen a lot of child beating in One Piece. Now, who said that Roger killed Rox, by the way? Because, again, remember, there's false narrative. Roger was also called to be an evil man. Sengoku said it, and you believe that? You believe that? Guys, I don't believe anything that anyone says, especially not a Marine, unless we see it. You are going to take what Sengoku says at face value. We don't know what happened on God Valley. We have no idea. No idea. This is what I'm saying. You guys are immediately jumping to assumptions. And yes, Rox stabbed a kid. Don't get me wrong. That's bad. But what I'm trying to say is there's probably more to it than that. I do not think that Rox is a comically bad guy. You don't think Garp would take credit if he didn't do it? What about Smoker? Remember what happened with Smoker in Alabasta? Remember how Smoker got awarded that medal or that promotion? Because they're saying, we're covering this up and you're going to be the one that actually saved Alabasta. Don't believe anything unless we see it. Don't believe anything unless we see it. Again, I'm not saying Rox beating Loki and stabbing Loki is a good thing. What I'm saying is there's more than meets the eye here. I'm saying that yes, Rox did that. That doesn't make him a good guy. I'm not saying he's a good guy. I'm saying you guys are immediately jumping to, oh, he's the most evil guy ever. He's actually evil. And I'm saying that's gonna cost you. It's going to cost you. Because this is how One Piece works. That one bit of information should not be enough to determine your feelings on Rox. It shouldn't. How about wait? Get the full story, and then we can see. Roger didn't like Shiki. I remember that. But I can't remember who said Roger didn't like Rox. What I'm not saying the first impression isn't evil. I'm saying you are basing it off a first impression. My point is, stop basing things off first assumptions. How many times has Oda done this? How many times has Oda done a first impression just for it to be wrong? You can have a first impression of Rox. What I'm saying is don't hold everything to that first impression. If we get further into Rox and we say, oh, actually, he really is just fucked up. Okay. Okay. I can now take it as face value. I'm not taking this as face value. We get one flashback. This is like people looking at the way Loki treated Hairurin and they're going, okay, Loki's immediately fucked. Look at how he treated Hairurin. Do you guys not think there's more to it than that? The people who I'm saying, oh, Rox stabbed a child, what I'm trying to say is, do you not think there's more to it than that? Do you think Rox just randomly stabbed a child? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's good he stabbed a child. I'm saying, don't you think there's more here than just he stabbed a child? This is what Oda does. It's what he does. So all I'm saying is, you can have... Why can you see Rox randomly stabbing someone? Why? What do you know about Rox? What do you know? Do you see what I'm saying? What the hell do we know about Rox? We don't know anything. We don't know anything. People are jumping. They're leaping to different assumptions right now. We don't know anything about him. And this reminds me of the way people thought of Roger. People thought Roger was immediately fucked because of what happened to, what's his name? Squelch or something? Whitebeard's son. He was like, Roger killed all my crew, whatever the fuck. Tons of people like, okay, Roger's just evil after that. Right? This is just reminding me of how many people thought Roger was dead fucked. They thought he was, dead cruel. And then we get to Roger flashbacks and we realize he's just a guy. He's just a guy who is trying to sail the seas. I don't know. I don't know when it comes to rocks, but you have to remember, we need to see more. You cannot be basing things off first assumptions. You can't. To be fair, Roger did that. He did. And what about what Shanks did to Kid? Remember when Shanks took out Kid's whole crew? And we saw why? This is what I'm saying. It's what I'm saying. Roger and Garp opposed rocks. Once again, who said that? Where have we gotten that information from? We need to see it. As someone said, why in the world would Rox's history be covered up if he were just evil? We don't know anything about him. Kid was suicidal, let's not lie, and that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, God Valley. And what do we know about God Valley? What do we know? We knew Rox was there, we knew Roger was there, we knew Garp was there. The only actual thing we've gotten of God Valley is who was there and the slaves. That's all we know. You should not be using God Valley as anything unless you're talking about Kuma, Ginny, and Ivankov. Also Garling. You know why? Because we don't know anything. God Valley has been incredibly covered up. Have you ever thought to question why? If Roger and Garp hated Rox so much, why would they cover that up? Isn't that weird? That's weird. I'm just trying to get you guys to remember this is how Oda works. First impressions are not everything in One Piece. At all. What word of mouth is also not something you can believe. At all. Think of how many characters were treated the way they were because of word of mouth. Robin being one of them. Zoro being another one of them. You know? There's so much propaganda in the One Piece world. You cannot forget about that. Think about the way Buggy's being treated. The world thinks he's a genius jester. Only Luffy knows the truth. Right? There's so much propaganda in One Piece as well. This is one of the messages. So what I'm trying to say is you can have a first impression of Rox from what we've seen of him stabbing Loki. What I'm trying to say is don't hold Rox to that first impression. Yes, you can be like, oh, I'm not getting good vibes here. But don't hold him to that. Wait until we get the full story. That's accurate. You have to wait. Otherwise, that first impression is going to cost you. The way so many people still think Loki's evil because of the first impression. That's the problem. You can have a first impression, just don't base everything off of it. So yeah. Just think about the way Oda works. Think about the lessons we learn. Because One Piece has taught me the power of propaganda. And when I see it working in the real world, like from One Piece into the real world, I go, ah. Such as people saying Garp's a hero. Ah! Propaganda, you are not immune. Imagine thinking Garp's a hero. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Who said that? Oh my god. Who said that? Now Rox Wheelie will just be an evil cretin, and I'm going to be... My job will be over, my career's over. But the fact that Whitebeard was even around Rox, by the way, in that flashback, like they were there together, isn't that interesting though? Because we know Whitebeard. Whitebeard was besties with Roger. Rox makes me wee mad. Well, that's also the thing. Pirates are not supposed to be good or bad. They are what you make of them. Hence why when Luffy's in Fishman Island and the fishermen will go, are the Straw Hats good guys or bad guys? Luffy says, you can decide that. He doesn't say they're good guys because they're not Marines and they don't pretend to be. Pirates have never been either good or bad. They are just pirates. Does this mean Doffy is a swell dude? Well, geez. Let's look at what Doffy was saying and what he was doing. That doesn't make any sense. Doffy? Yeah, I'll just cause a whole genocide. Because, I want to be ruler of the world. That's a fact. That's a fact. That isn't word of mouth. We watched him do that. Also, Doffy never wanted to be a pirate. He wanted to be a celestial dragon again. Doffy wasn't nice to his cult. He was manipulative to his cult. I refuse to say he was nice to them. He was love bombing them. That is not being nice. There is not a nice bone in that man's devious little body. Blackbeard named his ship after him. Yeah, and Bartolomeo is burning up villages in the name of Straw Hat Luffy. Anything you come at me, I can hit back with, okay, but now this is happening. Because just because someone else has interpreted Rox that way doesn't mean he is that way. We have to see him. My point is, we have to see Rox. I'm not basing Rox off anything that we are just being told in the world. Bartolomeo didn't burn a village. Dude, he's going after... What do you mean? He's like ransacking villages and putting up Luffy's flag. He went after a flag, like a place that Shanks was protecting that was under Shanks's flag. Hence why Shanks... Sorry, Yasop shot him. Yes, Bartolomeo is not doing very good things. Remember, Bartolomeo was also not seen as such a great guy. He's giving out free Straw Hat merch. Oh my god. He didn't burn down the village, he just took it away. Well, case in point, Bartolomeo is taking over villages in the name of Luffy. That's not a good look, is it? Because he's not exactly the sweetest soul. But also, is it not possible, guys, that Rox had a goal, and his goal was misinterpreted or misstrued by other people, such as Blackbeard, such as maybe Loki. Because again, destruction of the world is not a bad thing. It's not a negative. Well, what gets me is... Happy anniversary, Mel. Oh, thank you. What gets me is people are saying, well, Rox wanted to take over the world. He wanted to destroy the world. Luffy is literally perceived as the sun god Nika. The sun god Nika who a lot of people believe want to destroy the world. And this is why I'm saying, what you guys are saying about Rox is not affecting me at all. Because Luffy himself is seen as someone insane. Just a demon. An evil pirate who is apparently embodies a god to destroy the world. So what you guys are saying about Rox is like, okay, but we can apply that to Luffy. We can also apply that to Luffy. But we know Luffy, so we don't agree with that. We don't know Rox. I'm actually gonna scream if Rox is just a more extreme Luffy. Exactly, we've only heard word of mouth. Miserable pile of secrets. We're gonna find out Whitebeard and Rox kissed. I'm using Sony Vegas Pro. By the way, life update. You guys probably saw this on Twitter. Basically, I was incredibly bloated for the longest time because I ate too much cheese one day. And the bloating was not stopping. It was painful. And I was talking to my roommate, Brittany, about it, and I was like, I just don't know what to do. I've been staying away from dairy and everything. And she said, well... There's this Chinese herbal tea, and it's like a system cleansing tea. And I went, ooh, yippee, oh boy. So I had it. I sat there for 3 hours like, okay, it's not working. Seconds. In seconds, my whole life changed. Guys, I was on my hands and knees fighting for my life. Fighting for my life. It was so bad I had to lie in the shower. But I'm not bloated anymore, so it worked. But I do not recommend. I do not recommend. That was the craziest night of my life. It was... That shit's serious. If you see, like, Chinese herbal tea, system cleansing, don't do it. I'm serious, don't do it. That shit was crazy. It's the fact. So my other roommate, Aaron, was awake. And both Brittany and Aaron knew that I had taken this tea. And Aaron heard me run to the bathroom and turn on the shower. And he messaged me so bad that he had to have a shower, huh? That was devious. He could have just ignored that and let me wallow in my bad choices, but he had to rub salt into the wound. Look, you know it's bad when you're on your hands and knees in the shower. The funniest thing was, don't judge me for this, I brought my phone to the bathroom with me because I was like playing the Pokemon card game, right? Oh, I gotta open a pack actually. I was playing the Pokemon card game like I was battling people. But it got so bad, right? I couldn't focus. I was in the shower looking at my phone that still had a mid-battle open, an online mid-battle. It was like competitive. And I was reaching like, no! I was like, no! I have to keep battling! God. I have to keep battling! It was really good. It was really... I was really fighting for my life in every aspect. Sorry, I want to open my card pack. We could play, I guess. I get my shit rocked. You know it's bad when you're wheezing like Zoro. I love you, Zoro. I'm sorry. It was easy. It was easy bait and I took it. No, I don't collect them. Nothing happened. Man, I get anything good. What deck? I've been using a Miss Magius deck because I really like Miss Magius. I love cheese. Oh my god. Post-team Mel. Shut up! I have to turn that down, that is so loud. That's so devious. I cannot believe this. Oh yeah, Sanji could definitely make that tea. 100%, but I don't think he'd ever want to. You know why? Because I think it's a waste of food. For multiple reasons, I think that's a waste of food. Still nothing good. accidentally gives it to Zoro. I was thinking on purpose. I didn't get anything good. Oh well. Hi. Oh. God, the guitar in this is so funky. What do you lactose intolerant stories? Why do you want those? No, I don't think I have any more lactose intolerant stories. I will say, look, the reason I was so bloated is because it wasn't just eating cheese, it was eating tons of cheese. Sarah, my Discord mod / tier list friend, was in Australia, and where I live is known for like making delicious cheeses, so we went on like this cheese tour. We ate so much cheese! More than I've probably ever eaten in my life. Hi. Why would you do that to yourself? 'Cause I love cheese! Cheese. Choice, it's yummy. Usually cheese is fine for me because it's not pure dairy. Like if I have a glass of milk, I'm fucked. But I think it was just so much cheese that my body went, what are you doing? Look, my favorite cheese ever is feta. It's probably my favorite cheese ever, I've decided. I'm obsessed with feta cheese. Blue cheese and parmesan is also up there.
Howdy do, boys!
My Stardew VODs, oh god, what a time. I love blue cheese. Look, I'll never forget when I said the nicknames that Sanji gives Zoro are actually really cute. Moss, Marimo, Broccoli. I think that's adorable. Broccoli's a new one, by the way. That's so cool. But like, Marimo is specifically so cute. That's so cute. Especially with what they mean. And Mosshead or Mossy. That's cute too. Moss is cute. We like Moss. And I was like, I remember saying, I think this was during my my One Piece Odyssey stream. I was like, if Sanji wants to be mean, why doesn't he call him like Mold or Moldhead or something? Because Mold's not good. And someone said, well, Sanji is French, so he probably sees use in Mold. And the whole time I was on the cheese tour and they were explaining blue cheese and how they make blue cheese with mold, I was like, damn, that person was right. Mold is useful to Sanji. I had salted honey cheese. That was really yummy. Well, I found out mold's like mushrooms. It's a fungus. And that's why some molds are deadly and others aren't. Because the mushrooms are the same. Oh, whoops. Salted honey cheese was really yummy. It's a really sweet cheese that they use for cheesecakes. Why shiny? I like fresh mozzarella. When I was on the cheese tour, they were explaining when it comes to the factory that back in the day, they didn't used to make cheeses, they used to just sell milk. But they had too much milk and they weren't selling it, so they just decided to start making cheeses. And Sarah and I were like, why would you not immediately go to making cheeses first? Cheese already is more expensive than milk. And you have the cows anyway. Like, I would go to cheese before milk, personally. But it's like, they were only selling milk for the longest time. And not once for that time were they like, let's make cheese. You can make more money. Now they do. Now they're very profitable. 2 glasses of milk, please. Kasu Matsuno. Is that Cashmart? What? I don't want to know. What what? They put maggots in it. This is gonna sound crazy, but maggots are actually good. I know that sounds crazy, but it's good. Well, that's beautiful. Because fun fact, guys, if you ever get an infection, not great for vegetarians. I guess they're technically meat, I suppose, but I don't mean eating them. What I mean is, fun fact, if you get an infection somewhere on your arm, on your body, and you have maggots in the infection, you should leave them in there, because they're actually eating all the bad bacteria. Like, they're cleaning the wound. I know that sounds crazy, but they're actually good for us. You can quote me on that. That's biology. That's probably why that's not so weird to me. I wouldn't want to eat that. Dude, they're eating all the bad parts of the cheese to supply you with the yummiest cheese ever. Yeah, it's maggots. No, I know it's maggots. I know leeches... The leech thing with blood is a myth, I'm pretty sure. Because I think you're thinking of, like, old-timey remedies from the medieval times. Leeches don't do anything for you, I don't think. Look, we just associate maggots with yucky icky. Leeches are still used for medical stuff, are they? A leech is good medically. Subtype of leeches. In plastic surgery, leeches may be recommended for use in order to improve the blood flow in skin tissue or skin flap with blood circulation problems. Oh, I should put them on my fingers. Blood clots can be removed by leeches? What? Oh my god. What hardworking little guys. Fun fact, maggots are also still used medically, which I did not know. Like, I didn't know they were still used medically. That's so beautiful. Aw. Leeches are so sweet. Are you team leeches or team maggots? But yeah, the reason a lot of us don't think maggots, like, are cleanly is because we associate them with not being cleanly, because we see them usually in bins and on rotting meat. But what's your, like, wound doing? You know, if it's infected, it's rotting, you know? So they're eating away at it, going yum 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 yum, and they're cleaning out the wound for you. Yeah, that's sanitary. I thought the leech thing was a myth. I must be thinking about, back in medieval times, they believed in bad blood. Bad blood was just like, if you got a headache, we'll drain your head out from the bad blood. And they used leeches for that, so I must be thinking that was the not correct part, but leeches can actually help. They just weren't doing the right thing back in the day. Old medical practices are so scary, right? I was thinking if I were a medieval peasant and I had like a horrible migraines and the cure was we're cutting a hole in your head without any kind of medicine that would, you know, make you not feel that, I think I'd just deal with the migraines. I think you'd have to really be desperate to do that. knowledge they borrowed from the Romans. Makes sense considering all the similar... The Catholicism and the Christianity that the Romans brought across to the further west. So yeah, that does make sense. Cut the migraines out of my head! Your lower area. Mercury down your bum? Are you talking about the front? Mercury? How do they determine this? Oh, yuck! Zim, there wasn't science back then. There was praying and believing. Or you're a witch, or you're not of the faith, or whatever the hell. Look, there's a reason it was called the Dark Ages. It wasn't like that. Oh, sorry, after. Yeah, that was more early America, wasn't it? Not witch. But surely you would agree that the force of religion was definitely pushing back scientific discovery. I thought that was even one of the reasons it was called the Dark Ages. Because, you know, the king was chosen by God and all that hubbub. Oh, 1,000 years of that. What do you mean it wasn't uniform? Sorry, what are you saying with that? But Tsubaki, yes or no, though? That age was hindered scientifically. Is that not one of the reasons it has the name it has? No? Is that not... Also, because stuff wasn't recorded, but I also thought because part of it was a lack of growth in education, I thought. Because it was pretty bad. Because remember, you had artists who wanted to create their own, you know... There were schools, but what kind of schools were they, Tsubaki? It was still heavily religious. To extreme extents. You still had kings and queens chosen by gods. That lasted until the 18th century. So when are you saying? Middle Ages. So you don't think any kind of scientific discoveries were hindered through extremist religion of the time? Like, at all? Just no. But it was though. So, but late Middle Ages, that was still happening. Hell, we still have today hindrances of scientific discovery because of extremism. I'm not throwing 1,000 years of history for 100 years of issues. That's not what I'm doing. But I am saying that there was a kind of holding of discovery in the time, especially before Industrial Revolution times, due to extremism within religion. Although I do know that the reason America became America was because of basically trying to move. Lack of proper literature and accessible knowledge sharing after the fall of the Roman Empire. See, that's what I mean. That's why it was called the Dark Ages. There's an argument it created enlightenment. Because I thought one of the reasons it was called the Dark Ages was because there was a lacking of education. Like, there were schools, but it certainly wasn't to the extent of what we have now. Nor what they had 100 years ago. The university system was created in the Dark Ages. In the West? Specifically? Was it really? What type of system? Do we actually know? The Dark Ages created the Enlightenment. I can see that, I suppose. I thought university systems existed outside of the West for longer than that. Such as in, like, ancient China. All I know is not similar time period, but I know that artists like Michelangelo, right? His passion was not drawing religious imagery and themes. But for him to make any kind of living and make any kind of life, he had to take those commissions because religious imagery in the time was just absolutely everywhere. In a similar sense to Leonardo da Vinci. It was literally the hot theme of the time. I know he's from the Renaissance, that's what I'm saying, not similar time. But he's from a less extreme time of that. But I was correct that the Dark Ages were called the Dark Ages for lack of education. Although apparently now that's being debated. I guess it does depend where we're talking about or the country we're talking about. Because I think when you say Dark Ages, most people think of just England, don't they? To promote their own time period. What? Wait, so why is it called the Dark Ages? So then why is it called that at all? Because people before were stupider than you. Yes, so it's called the Dark Ages because... Is it not for the reason that I was also told by Ameh as well? Which I had assumed was why it was called that. How the current government were going to do thing. What I'm hearing is the Dark Ages are a scam? But I'd always been taught that the Dark Ages were called the Dark Ages because of lack of education and because of lack of discovery. Hi, Bertha. You're saying no, but can you back that up? Because if so, then why are they called the Dark Ages? You're saying because people were stupider than me. Is that not because of the lack of education? It's hard to write. No, not write. I mean, send me articles. You don't have to write it out. Because this is new information. I've never heard this before. Majority of us were taught that the Dark Ages are called the Dark Ages because of lack of education and lack of discovery. So you're hitting me with, actually, that's not true, but I've never seen that before. So find me articles, I'll happily look. People before think that people before were stupider. Well, when you look at, you know, the stuff that was happening back then, yeah. I know what I'm saying about assumptions in One Piece, I get it. But this is just absolutely new information to me. I've never heard that. Actually, Dark Ages are considered a time of enlightenment, but as you said, it's depending on where it is. Because I can see that. Because I can see some people got out of that trench. But considering the art that preceded it, I don't know. What else wasn't... Jesus.
Ahmed Mohsin.
When you write a script, do you constant rewrite, second guesses, or are you just that source that you can do it first try? There's always rewrites, but it's usually not many. What else did they invent in the Dark Ages? Now, see, I have to ask, is this inventions of the Dark Ages? Because the optical lenses, yes, but stuff like crop rotations, did the Romans not already have that? Or the Egyptians, as a matter of fact? Because crop rotation sounds like something that very much existed before the Dark Ages. Printing press. Oro farming. Chat GPT. Is it really? Well, this is just new to me, so I'll have to consider this. I will consider this. I was gonna say the sundial was the Egyptians. Oh yeah, I know the number system we have today is from the Arabs. I did know that. I see, I see. So the Dark Ages is just a myth that never happened. I see. Well, of course, did they have yaoi? They probably did. But of course, it is tough to look over it when, God, the horrible forms of torture and execution and horrible ways of medicine had existed in that time. The Void Century. Renaissance for the torture. There was absolutely no... So before Renaissance is medieval? And there was no torture methods in medieval. Seriously, like none. There were, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the Renaissance is any better. I'm saying that it's kind of hard to not see the medieval ages like that, but it feels a lot of development of harsh ways were brought from there. Because would you not say that torture methods from medieval times were brought over to Renaissance times? And that's why Renaissance had what they did? I know it existed beforehand, yeah. Like, I'm aware the Romans had awful torture methods. But the Romans also had an incredibly, like, bustling and booming civilization. One that we didn't really see within the medieval periods. Not to the extent of the Romans, anyways. I think what it feels like history-wise is it feels like we had incredible civilizations such as ancient Egypt, well, removing like the East, such as ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, ancient Rome, and then suddenly we dip into the medieval times. And of course it's a scattering, right? It was a scattering of kingdoms, wasn't it? And it just felt less sophisticated, I suppose. Most big churches are from medieval times. That I know, but that's why I'm saying. That's why there is the feeling that there was a holding off of education due to religious extremism. Because big churches coming in, it also feels like, I simply think it's just because medieval time does not feel like a massive civilization. Because it was, again, it was a scattering of civilizations. Also, the song was... It's not telling me, I'm sorry. Most of the big churches had education, they kept it to the priests and higher-ups. Hey! Is that happening today? Question mark. But yeah, I was of the belief that more pushing educationally and less medievally came around the about end of Renaissance. At least that's of what I recalled from my lessons in history. But I'm not taking university level courses. Wow, that's crazy. So the Dark Ages just never existed. The things we learn. Wait, so medieval was 1,000 years? Or are you saying Dark Ages is 1,000 years? What does medieval encompass? Do not believe anything I say. Oh, it's the same. Maybe they're called the Middle Ages because they were stuck in the middle. Roman-inspired art. Why would that make it called the Dark Ages? For Roman-inspired art. That's when Malcolm ruled. Well, okay, is this correct or not? The medieval ages came after the Roman Empire, yeah? So the Roman Empire collapsed and the medieval ages began? Because we went from BC to AD thanks to the Romans. Western Roman Empire, yes. But that is what happened, right? In the 5th century, yes. So we went from BC to AD because of the Romans and the Western Roman Empire. The Western Roman Empire fell, and then that started up the Middle Ages. And then because of the Roman Empire falling, we had tons of different kingdoms scattered. Sorta. Okay, well, what am I missing here? What started the Middle Ages if not the fall of the Roman Empire? Because I thought the fall of the Roman Empire is what started the scattering of kingdoms. And then the Middle Ages were, or the Medieval Ages were the Medieval Ages because they were kind of abandoned. Not abandoned, but they were, you know, not uniform. It was just a mess of everyone everywhere. I know not one day everyone woke up and there were no more Romans. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying yes or no, the fall of the Roman Empire is what triggered or started to trigger a new age, which was the medieval age. I know that the Romans didn't just vanish. It was the fall of the Roman Empire. It didn't happen in a night. I know that. Yes, okay, that was my point. Oh goodness. I'm not that stupid. Oh my god. So anyway, oh wow, okay, we took a while to get there. So yes, fall of the Roman Empire happened over some time, the Middle Ages began, and the falling, or the eventual falling of the Roman Empire created scattered kingdoms, hence the medieval ages. Is that correct? Because they were left without that power now in the world. Because this is what I have learned. So I'm trying to see if there's something I missed. I do not feel like Luffy because I'm actually obtaining knowledge. You wouldn't call it scattered. Why? Why was it not scattered? I was under the impression that there were just loose kingdoms everywhere. I thought it was similar to China in the sense that China, ancient China, was not connected, right? As one thing. It was regions. Until one emperor basically combined the country. That was the impression I was under, of similar sense of what happened to, I suppose, different countries, because it's not like all of Europe just came together. Like, I must admit, I am much more thinking of England here than I'm thinking of all of Europe. All of the West in one. Because I was under the impression that Europe was just, not Europe, that England was just totally scattered. I don't know, maybe I'm stupid, but I thought England had multiple kings and multiple queens for a time. Just multiple kingdoms in general. Maybe they should have called it the Messy Ages. Because it sounds like a downright mess. They did? So they were scattered. I would honestly use the word scattered. They certainly weren't unified. Not under one country that we know of today, that's for sure. The oopsie days. We're in a history lesson now. Look at what One Piece makes us talk about. Anyway. Crazy to know that the Dark Age is just infactual. Did they have roads? I'm kidding, I know they had roads. How the Romans had dealt with the regions, but what I am saying is, so England today as we know it was not unified in the medieval ages. They had multiple kings and queens on basically one island, saying that they were all the ruler. Because they were like conquering each other just about. Holy Roman Empire states. What the fuck? What does this mean? Duchy. The Technicolor Roman Empire. Jesus Christ. Oh, wait. Oh, who is this little guy? Archbishopric? Oh my god, he's surrounded. Why are there just spots of these? Yeah, alright. I don't know everything about history. But it seems the things I do know aren't factual. Or they're outdated, so that's awesome. This is why you should always pick up a book, I suppose. I need to read more. Well, that's the crazy thing. I think history is so important. And I've just discovered today, oh my god, what I know is actually outdated. Ah! History is so important. Otherwise, you don't notice the patterns of, you know, historical trends that can turn into country global trends that can be concerning. And I feel it's important to see those trends. Another Sanji backstory. Lay it on me. Lay it on me. Lay it on me. Give me that sweet, sweet Sanji backstory. Number 3. I mean, from what I know of the Celestial Dragons, Oda has created the Celestial Dragons in line, or in inspiration from, fucking, the French royals that existed. The palace even looks like, the Versailles as well. And the claw is literally the view from the Versailles, or of the Versailles. But it can be a combination of things. Oda's clearly a history buff. I'm waiting for the Sanji backstory. Okay, remember when we first meet the Sanji lookalike guy in Sabaody, Duval? Yeah, Duval, remember that he was wearing, before we found the lookalike in Iron Mask, he was doing it because of being constantly harassed for his resemblance. Does that sound a bit familiar? Oh, I already knew that! Oh, that's not an extra Sanji backstory? Yeah, no, that just adds to his original backstory. I already knew that. Sorry guy with 3 eyes, but I appreciate it. By the way, are we all of the opinion that the iron helmet that Sanji is wearing is supposed to be in reference to, historically, the Frenchman in the Iron Mask? Who was like the anonymous prisoner, but I think we know who that is now. Because French, haha. Like, I don't think the story itself relates to Sanji. I just think it's because French. They kept that mask on him to keep him anonymous, didn't they? At least historically, I mean. The actual story. I thought it was to keep the man anonymous. Hence why I was like, okay. Makes sense for that to be Sanji because Judge is trying to not get Sanji recognized. I didn't know Leonardo DiCaprio was in a movie about that. Is it an old movie? By old, I mean, was Leonardo young? He was young? Okay. People think Kawina's not dead. Okay. I mean, there are still tons of people that think Tashigi is Kawina. Can you imagine Oda does the amnesia story again? I mean, from what I remember, tons of Japanese fans back in the day of One Piece thought Sanji was inspired from Leonardo DiCaprio. Until Oda said, no, Steve Buscemi, Reservoir Dogs. Oh, there's just so much history. I'm just thinking about it again. The ancient Egyptians believed the most significant thing you could do was die. Ancient Egypt blows my fucking mind because it lasted, what, 4,000 years? I feel minuscule in comparison. Of all centuries and ages to live in, it's this one. Oh, 5,000, was it? Was it 4 to 5,000? I just know that, Rome had admirals. Romans had admirals who were Egyptian. That's fucking crazy. There's a meme that's going around that's like reacting to the fall of the Bronze Age. And it's just people crying at like a Bronze Age infographic. Yeah, the time between us and Cleopatra is shorter than the time between the pyramids and Cleopatra. I did know that. Because I went to the Natural Museum of Stolen Artifacts, the British Natural Museum of Stolen Artifacts. And going through the ancient Egypt section was just fucking insane. I just can't wrap my head around it. Isn't there Roman graffiti in the ancient Egyptian tombs, or some of them? Isn't there one that says, "Came all the way here, I can't even read this." God. The horrors. Well, look, as weird as this sounds, it's why when I see stuff that's happening like in our world right now, and I think the quote that's like, the world is filled with the ruins of civilizations before us, it gives me a weird sense of calm, you know? A weird sense of peace that this too shall pass, you know what I mean? I'm not happy about it, but I feel a bit more peaceful. Oh my god. If we're even like alive for what's gonna come next, I don't mean like we're gonna get taken out. I mean like I don't think we're gonna be up for the next stages. I kinda hope not. I don't think I wanna be alive during the ending of an age. It's in my, at least from what I can tell, that doesn't seem to be a good thing. For the falling of an age and the beginning of a new one. I don't know if that's something I want to be a part of. Most people don't notice, that's true. Perhaps we can just hold hands and frolic in the fields without noticing. Oh, so true, Pia. See, I feel that too. Of all ages to be born in, and we're born in the time that gives us One Piece. I know that's right. Perhaps we are winning. I wonder what the ancient Romans' One Piece was. Do you know what I mean? Because I know ancient Rome, of course, they had tons of stories. I wonder what their One Piece was. Like, which ancient Romans were like, of all ages to be born, and we're born during the age of this piece of media? You think the Odyssey? You think? Are we really about to compare One Piece to the Odyssey? You think? That's a brave statement. I was thinking more like a less known story that was just like enjoyable for the Romans. Now, what stories did the Romans power scale? Hercules against the Lion, one hell of a power scaling event. And I know Yaoi existed back then. Yaoi has been forever and eternal. The big three! So we can say One Piece in our age is our version of the Odyssey for the Romans. The Odyssey was released during the Holy Roman Empire. The Romans were like, oh my god! This is the best piece of literature I've ever read in my life! We need to adapt this into animation. A comic book, a live action remake. Quick, my friend, Kalaleus. We must write. We must create stage plays. I don't know, I just made that name up. I will now write of the Odyssey But instead I will write events that did not partake. I know they did, that's the joke. But I will write of events that did not partake within the story. This will be fiction from me who enjoyed the story. One may call me a fan. So this fiction is being written by a fan. Therefore, this is fan fiction of the Odyssey. I bet that happened. Quick just said, let us portray the detail. This hero and his lover in a siege. Gets into a shipping argument with another character. Oh! I wonder which holy, oh my god, I wonder which Romans hyperfixated on the Odyssey. Did they have, like, merchandise back then for, like, the stage plays? Did they have the Odyssey merchandise back then? Whose room was decked out? Not the way we do. But you're implying there was merchandise. How so? Statues were just big figures. I still want to bring, like, actual, like, statue architecture back. I know we still have statues, I mean, like, architecturally, not just, like, do you know what I mean? Like, part of buildings. All the stuff we found was about, oh, they did have merchandise. So, we have now discovered the, I don't know what we'd call this age. What do we even call this age? What do we call this age? I actually don't know. I bet I do know and I've forgotten. Do we have a name for it? We would, right? The modern age. Do we call it modern? Brain rot age. Information age. Actually, I saw that some people were claiming this is the age of peace because apparently, historically, these are globally the most peaceful times we have ever lived in, historically, as a globe. Is that true? Is it true? Subaki, can you confirm or deny that? Because I actually don't know if that's true. I've just seen that said. But I feel like this cannot be the first age of global unity. Unity, you know what I mean? You can't, but you doubt it. I also doubt it. I also doubt it. Not unity, you know what I mean? But global connection. Differently done? Exactly, that's what I was thinking. Because we had global connection all the way back in the fucking ancient Egyptian times. We had global trade. So it's like... I'm like, I just don't think that's true. But, where was I going with this? Oh! Sorry. So imagine people... Classical age, is that what we're called? I'll just say modern age. So imagine people are digging up shit about the modern age, right? And this is like 5,000 years into the future. Modern age is done. We've been done for like 5,000 years. And it's like, imagine they're digging up shit about the modern age and they're like looking at historically architectural sites and they're like, okay, so what pieces of literature, what physical knowledge did you find? We found something called the Holy Bible. We also found something called the Quran. And we also found something called One Piece. One Piece is really significant because actually we found thousands of copies, unlike anything else in every country that we could find. The One Piece. Interesting. The pages have deteriorated, sir, but it is undeniable that we have found more One Piece in other countries altogether than anything else. We've also found graffiti. We found some statues too. They're talking about this character, Monkey D. Luffy, sometimes stated as Ruffy. They're holy figures. The Bible, the Quran, and a One Piece. That's a crazy lineup, but the fact it's possible. Oh my god. The fact that that's totally possible to happen in the future is actually insane. I'm saying that right? The Quran? Sorry, I just don't want to, like, make anyone feel offended. Quran, okay. So we've tried to piece together the story from the pages we found. But we just keep finding more. Like every fucking month someone discovers a new volume and they go, oh Jesus. They're trying to find out what happened in Thriller Bark. We know we're missing one whole arc. We just don't know what. Sorry, they wouldn't call it an arc. One whole segment of the story. Multiple segments. Actually, you know what, guys? Now's the time. Start printing off your fanfiction. Print it off on laminated paper, because I don't know if that really deteriorates. It probably does, but not to the same extent. Put it in a chest and start burying them. Just do it. Just do it. Start printing your fanfiction off. Put them in chests and bury them. Leave a little treat for the scholars and the archaeologists of the next age. Confuse them a little bit. We will make the next age believe that Zoro and Sanji were canon. Next age will be like, there was One Piece and there were lovers, sometimes depicted as lovers. Zoro and Sanji. We have to start doing this now. Honey is the best preserved. Okay, we're doing it. You coat pages in honey and you put them in chests and bury them. With a copy of One Piece, just any copy. Leave treats behind for the next stage. They have to really analyze. Hey, who won the Sanji? Who won the fight? God, that's the only reason I wish I could time travel. I just want to see what the future looks like. Because you know how people are like, global warming, the earth will die, blah 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 blah. Yeah, but if we all die as a civilization, right? As people, the earth will eventually re-heal itself, would it not? It'd get its ozone layer back. Maybe another ice age will happen. And then we have to just leave treats. We have to leave treats for the future ages. We have to leave as much yaoi as we can for the Fujos of the next age. Oh, I know humans are worse than cockroaches. Who the fuck thinks cockroaches are bad? Cockroaches aren't bad, they're just bugs. I don't see cockroaches creating greenhouse gases. Thank you very much. I don't see cockroaches in the lab. Oh, you mean surviving? Oh, my bad. I thought you... I thought, yeah. I thought you meant killing the earth. I was like, what the fuck did cockroaches do to you? Oh my god. I just defended cockroaches for nothing. I agree. I also don't care about cockroaches so long as they're not on me. I like cockroaches because frogs eat them. Well, cockroaches are very low to the ground. It's not like the cockroach is being blunt force bombed like they are when they're sprayed. If a cockroach were directly under a nuclear bomb, like directly under and survived, that would be sus. But isn't it more they can survive radiation, not bombs? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's a myth, by the way. That might be a myth. Timbuktu manuscripts. What are those, Amir? Explain. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a myth. I know what else is a myth? That red wine is good for you. A little bit of red wine is good for you. That's a myth. A myth. I believed that. I believed that for a very long time. It's not true. It's a myth. I'll have you know, Italians worldwide believed that. Hell yeah, they believed that. It was created to sell more wine, yeah. French people still believe it. Sanji's like, I'll have some red wine, it's good for you. And Chopper goes, no it isn't. Sanji, it isn't! Really? Oh yeah, no, there's multiple odd stories of people surviving radiation. Like Chernobyl, for instance. A lot of people, well not a lot, but a few people didn't leave Chernobyl. And it seems case by case because some people don't have long side effects. Like we just don't know a lot about, well we know about radiation, but we don't know how everyone reacts to it. It's just super bizarre. It's really weird. Science is strange. The world is odd. That's all I have to say. I mean, you know what is radioactive? Your phone. You do get radioactive waves from it, just not enough to do anything to you. Like, that's true. But the people that say, like, oh, it can kill you. No, it's not at all strong enough to do anything. The 5G. I was talking to my roommate about this because he's more knowledgeable than me, and I said, when are we getting to 6G? And he said, we probably won't because we don't need it. I was like, what do you mean we don't need it? Or it's just like it's too powerful or something. I don't know if we're developing it. I have to ask Aaron about this. Are we developing 6G? Oh yeah, it wouldn't be noticeable, something like that. He just said it would be pointless. I mean, we can live stream in HD. So, like, why do we need it? We don't. I want it faster. Bigger. More frames. I want 60 FPS and 4K. La 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 la. Project things before you do. I want you to be able to smell me through the screen. Upgrades, upgrades. Look, you made them grumpy. This is like super weird, but I assume most of you are either my age or older, if you're younger than me. Do many of you remember when like TV was switching to widescreen? Because I just think about how fast technology evolved for like our demographic, and how there are people who are younger than me and not much younger than me, like 4 years younger than me, and they don't remember that. And it just wigs me out, like, because I think about how so many people, they just don't watch like 4x3, they just won't, and they're usually younger than me, because 4x3 is not something that they've really experienced. I couldn't care less about 4x3, you know, like I'll watch it, I don't give a shit. Some people just like, no, I can't do it, I need widescreen. I'm 26. TV was black and white. Oh man, how old are you? I just remember because there are a lot of shows that had like a puberty phase with widescreen, because it was a huge like change, and some shows kind of suffered for it. 45. Oh, that's so cool. I remember black and white TV. To be fair, black and white to color TV isn't ancient history, is it? Not at all. Not even TV is that old. What's a VHS? Don't ban me. I don't know. All I know is I have like a thing, right? Here's my opinion. I do not believe that kids should have smartphones. I think many of us share this opinion because smartphones are just too prone to addiction, right? Now here's my opinion. Teenagers should work up. Smartphones should be age limited. So you gotta go from a Nokia to a flip phone to a BlackBerry, and eventually you get through all this shit and you get to a smartphone. Then you really appreciate it, and then you don't make as many mistakes as you would have. That's my opinion. Because I had to go through like all the shitty phones. I saw the mistakes my peers were making with their phones with cameras and touchscreens when that was coming out. And I was like, wow, I sure will never do that. And I didn't. I had a BlackBerry. When did the first smartphone come out, actually? A touch screen. Fucking hell. $2007. That's what I was looking for. Yep. So 2007, I was 8. And not many people could afford that, nor did they want that. A lot of people thought it was, I remember, very gimmicky. Because they were like, it's a phone! You take calls with it! But then as I was getting through high school, more and more people started getting them. Dude, I used to be like an emoji hater. I used to be like, emojis are so stupid, I'm never using them. What was wrong with me? Why was I such a little hater? Like, oh my god. Why was I such that? What was wrong with me? Ah! Stupid. Dude, if anyone in my school got a smartphone, it was like the hot topic. Everyone wanted to see it. Everyone was so envious of them. Even though they honestly couldn't do anything with it at the time. Yeah, it was gimmicky. I specifically do remember it being gimmicky. Because people were like, it's a phone. You just take calls with a phone. Yeah, no, iPods were taken a lot better because iPods weren't a phone. They were just a music player, and everyone, well, music players had always been desired, right? So the fact they made an iPod that was just specifically for high quality music, or to be able to listen to high quality music, that was a huge deal. I remember when I was little, the gift that my parents got me was an iPod Nano. And it was like insane. It was insane at the time. I couldn't believe my eyes. Like an iPod, wow! No way! iPods were like the gifts to give people back then. Oh man, by the way, yeah, the emojis I had were ugly. They were so ugly. Back in the day, they were ugly. Also, something that I've realized has changed. Back in the day, because of course Apple and Android has always been the fight, right? Back in the day, it used to be anyone with an Android phone was clowned on because the picture quality was bad. This was like not even 10 years ago. That's not a thing anymore. I've never seen that joke anymore because now every camera has every phone has a good camera now. Like, that's just wild to think about. The thing Apple had above every other Android was its camera quality, but now all other phones compete with it. You still see people clown on them. God, well, they're old-fashioned, aren't they? The only Apple thing I bought was, well, it was the family iPad. We had the family iPad. Now I have my own iPad mini. Apple's unbeatable in iPads. I don't think anyone else has been able to create like something as good as the iPad. They still got the iPad. Also, oh my god. This is something that I talked to Sarah about and I realized I'm the problem. I've talked to people who like have laptops, right? And they either have no desire to get a computer or they don't have a computer or they've never really... Like, getting a computer is not top priority for them. I thought that was insane. Because to me, a computer is such like an important thing to have. I just think a computer is so important. So I was like, am I crazy? Am I crazy, or should people be wanting to get a computer? Like, is that not something that they should be thinking that's like one of the first things I got to purchase when I can save up for it? And Sarah said, to be fair, most people only really need a laptop. No, a desk computer. I'm not talking about a laptop. I'm talking about a stable home computer. And Sarah said, to be fair, most people only need a laptop. And that's just crazy to me because I fucking hate laptops. I hate them. I really hate laptops. They're so annoying to me. So I was just like taken aback, like I'm the problem. I'm the problem. I'm forcing my views on other people. Because I just think in my own life and in my own bubble and in my own world, a computer is just so important. Right? The family computer, that was the thing. And I'm like, why does no one have either their own or a family computer anymore? What's going on? Home computers, you can do way more in a home computer. Exactly. I feel home computers are just an important thing to have. But apparently not everyone thinks that. I feel crazy about it. Laptops are convenient, but they're so flimsy. I would not trust all my information on a laptop, especially in the digital age. I have so many important documents on my PC that I would not be trusting on a laptop. But I guess we have the cloud now. Laptops are more convenient. I get that. Virus. What were you trying to download, Bread? Hot girls in your area? I can live without a laptop, not without a desk computer. Exactly. Exactly. I just realized, wow, I'm the problem. I'm so absorbed in my own love for my PC that I'm like, how can anyone not want one? I will say this. kill me for it. I don't care. People who are console, gaming console over PC, why are you dying on that hill? That is a losing battle. Why? How can you possibly argue gaming console over PC? I just think that's crazy. You get a gaming console that can do maybe 3 things. Meanwhile, you get a PC that can do fucking everything under the sun. I love PCs. I love PCs. Like, you will not catch me buying a PS5. That's not happening. I'm very happy with my PC, thanks. Not only that, a lot of video games that come out on the PS5 don't function as well as they do on the PC. Like Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk was fucked on the PS5. Many people who played it on PC were like, no, it's actually like good. I didn't have all these problems like the other people did. The only argument for buying a console is if the game is locked into the console. That's it. Yeah, it runs good now, not back in the day. Look, all I know is if I had the option between same game, can run on anything, and I had the option between console, PC, I'm running to the PC. I'm not touching the console. The only reason I have a Switch is because Nintendo only has games on the Switch that are not compatible with PC. That's it. It might be available on the first Switch. A lot of the times when Nintendo releases a new game, they still do make it available on the previous console. All I know is every time I'm in Marvel Rivals and we spot the console player, everyone goes, ha ha! Because they can't type in the chat without like dropping everything. Inferior. All they have is the aura walk. No, Switch or Steam Deck, I think if they were not handheld, I don't know how much they'd be worth. Like, say what you want about Nintendo, and yes, I know we're all mad at them right now, but say what you want, but their handheld technology is very fucking good. And they have honestly been pretty good leaders in that for quite a while. Now there's the Steam Deck. I understand handheld technology, I get it. Hence phone, hence iPad. But a PS5! Not on my watch. Not on my watch. If I can't carry that with me, I am not paying for that. You know how much I will cost on a technology that I cannot carry with me? A PC. Because it does a million things more than a PS5. Not on my watch. I understand the want for handheld technology. But when you're buying a brick that you put somewhere and it stays there, get a PC. Get a PC. Yeah, gaming laptops make me angry. I will get a PC. I'm currently streaming from a stone tablet right now. I don't have like a... I can use my slime. Wait, hang on. Stone tablet stream. Did you get that? Did you get that? Poneglyph stream. The Wi-Fi lagged. You mean the stone lagged. Thank you very much. Sorry, the stone crumbled. The way we all ragged on phone games for the longest time, by the way, for the longest time. Like, anyone who played on their phone, you're not a real gamer. Now, look at us. Aren't we the joke? All the shit that you can do on here now, Pokemon included. You know who was first on that trend? And, like, actually respected the phone game grind before we did? China. Majority of phone games were being released back in the day because China respected them. And they wanted the phone games. Japan as well, I'm pretty sure. For some reason, our Western asses were looking at phone games and going, boo! And I don't know why. Now that I think about it, why were we so against it? It's just a handheld device. Why were we such haters about it? Bro, they were ahead of us. Now the joke's on us. Harmless when they aren't gacha and microtransaction as fuck. You can get PC games like that. What the fuck is Genshin on? Is Genshin on PC? Genshin's on everything under the sun. You can get... Overwatch was that. In fact, weren't loot boxes introduced by Fortnite? Fortnite set that standard. Who introduced loot boxes then? Were invented by EA. Well, there you go. On what console, everyone? The sex box. You leave this poor innocent device out of it. The phones did not create loot boxes. They did not create paywalls. It was the damn sex box. Unbelievable. This poor innocent device. Bethesda. Oh, Todd! Thank you, Todd! The Sexbox 3 shitty. Hey, I had one of those. Well, my brother did. The 360 was fun. I remember it being fun. Halo 3. Oh, remember when Halo was like the dominant game? What happened? Remember? What happened to that? Do people still like... Do the kids still play Halo? Do the kids know what Halo is? It still is. No, it's not. No, it's not. Halo has not reached the next generation. This is like Zim, this is Kingdom Hearts all over again. No one buys Kingdom Hearts for the story. I was not into Uncharted, but I was into BioShock. About its tales. I miss BioShock. Oh, actually, that's a game that I wish would come back. Call of Duty survived. Call of Duty survived, but Call of Duty, Halo, and BioShock, back in the day, those were like the big three. From my memory. Am I missing one? I mean on like Xbox. I gotta go feed the cats, I'll be back. Think about it while I'm gone. Fable! Oh! Alright, I'm back. And I think I have the hiccups. So please excuse that. So the big games on Xbox 360, or like the games that ruled the nations back in the day. Halo, Call of Duty, BioShock, Fable. Are there others? Did we stew on it? Minecraft had a big thing, then it kind of phased out for a bit, and then it came back again. Minecraft was also on Xbox 360 though, wasn't it? Why do I like kind of remember that? Oh, the Red Dead games! How could I forget that? Red Dead's still around. It's actually really impressive. I think optimal game setup is PC, Steam Deck. That way you can remove a gaming laptop. Just remove it. And that way you can take your games with you, and you have a better console at home, which is a PC. The Steam Deck's really good. Aaron has one. Aaron and Brittany have one. Aaron and Brittany have one, and they're bigger gamers than me. And they've told me it's just fantastic. Well then, that's not a gaming laptop, is it, guy with 3 eyes? I think only if you want to play Nintendo games you get the Switch. But if you're not fussed about Nintendo games, all you need is a Steam Deck. You like Zelda? Then get a Switch. But the Switch can't play as much as the Steam Deck can it? Like, the Steam Deck has a bigger variety, I thought. Fun fact, all the DS cartridges from Pokemon Diamond and Pearl all the way up to Sun and Moon and everything in between, I have all of them. I could make some bank off of those. I've got Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Pokemon Black, Pokemon White, Pokemon Black 2. I don't have Pokemon White 2. And then I have the 3DS, Kalos region, X and Y, and then I have Sun and Moon. But especially 4th to 5th gen cartridges, I can make bank off of them. But I don't want to. Because... oh, I also have Ruby... I also have a Ruby X and a Omega, whatever they're called. But I'm not selling them because that's my childhood memories. I was like, oh, maybe you need like the because I don't have the covers anymore. They don't care. They don't care about the covers. They just want the cartridges. Well, you're not getting them. Because those are my childhood memories. And I'm holding on to them. Oh, all my memories gone. That's so sad. Your memories are still there. They're not gone. Pokemon XD? Huh? XD? I didn't know they had Pokemon XD. I thought that was a typo. And you were automatically corrected to XD. You know what it is? The kids know the Halo song. They know the... They know it, but a lot of them have no idea where the fuck that's from. They just know it as a meme song. And this reminds me, when I was talking to someone younger than me, and they were like, all my mum knows is meme songs. I was like, meme songs? They were fucking talking about Careless Whisper by George Michael. I was like, that's not a meme song. That's just from your mother's generation. I never had gotten such whiplash before. That's what's happening to Halo, guys. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. I mean, that's just the natural course of media evolution. Referencing and referencing and referencing to the point that we don't even know where that reference was referenced from. We might not even know that was a reference. Regular Show did that a lot. Regular Show quoted a lot of old movies. The kids had no idea, they just laughed. Such as Turn It Up to 11. Tons of babies that watch Regular Show had no idea. They'd never seen the original of that. But now they reference that, but they reference it as something from Regular Show. I believe memes are called memes. Fuck, I did a course on this. I forgot what the meaning of meme was, but it's literally like copying. Copy and share. That's literally what it is. Meme is just a reference. Yes, I did a course on memes. That's crazy, right? Memes. What the hell? Oh my god, I just deleted that and needed it. The Akira slide is a big one. Tons of shows reference the Akira slide. But, like Adventure Time did. But most kids who don't know of Akira would look at Adventure Time and say, hey, that's the Adventure Time slide, you know what I mean? You reference for better or for worse. And it's like, oh, who doesn't know the Akira slide? Many people don't know the Akira slide. Reference the Akira slide. The only One Piece movie I can think of that would do that is Film Gold. Because they were in cars. No, Sanji did the Akira slide! Alright, that's right! In his battle against Queen! He did the Akira slide. I was like, I swear I did see something that looked like the Akira slide in One Piece. It was when he was fighting Queen. Episode... Fuck. I see it in my mind's eye. The way I don't have the Sanji episode just ready to go is really shocking for me. Okay, Luffy got knocked out. Oh, so it was further up. Oops, nope, that's Boa. Already did this one. Oh! What is happening to me? Oh god, I can't look at this. What the hell? This is what happens when you become more manga pilled, I think. $10.61. Fuck, that was in the wrong area. Thank you. Oh my god. Wow, that was shocking. I have to give everything up. I can't show this whole thing. Toa's gonna get my ass, so give me a sec. Nothing stops being art just because it's mainstream. It's more like the chain of references will just... the original will just sometimes be forgotten about. It's still art. It's just referencing. Frankie does it in Onigashima. Where is it? Here's the playlist that I'm listening to right now. I remember because he jumps back and he's got smoke on like his legs or something. But I do remember it. Is it like in the heat of the Queen fight? Sanji does an Akira slide. I'm trying to find it again, but I definitely remember it. The final attack? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. At the end. Alright, I'm at the end. Hang on, Queen's just been sent through the fucking wall. Off he goes. Oh, after the flashback, okay. Okay, he's on, drops it on his head. It lasts like a second. That's why it's kind of tough to... There it is! Alright, those who didn't know, here comes the Sanji Akira slide. I remember saying, that was the Akira slide when I watched this. There it is! Why did my music stop? Why stop? Anyway. But yeah, the Akira slide. Ah! What was that? There's less passionate things that are made to make a profit, but if you're only making something to make a profit, it doesn't work. Because you know why? People can feel that. I don't know what happened. Look at him right now. Hang on, I'm slowing it down. Yeah! Oh, that's so cool. Whole ass in my face? Oh my god. What the hell? But yeah, I remember watching this and yelling, "That's the Akira slide!" Guy with 3 eyes. I'm not. No. No! Whee! Ah! These frames! Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Close your legs! Oh my god! What is he doing? That is not very ladylike of you, Sanji. Wow, he's really popping one open. Oh my god, what was that? What was that? I did no such thing. I did no such thing. I did I did no such thing. Okay, this feels compromised. Like I can't. Oh my god, this is And this is why Sanji has the best fighting style in One Piece. I'm just saying. Wow. Wow, he's really gone for it. That was wonderful. God, fighting Sanji must suck. He's like a fly. Anyway. This made me laugh. This really made me laugh, this part. I was like, okay, we get it. Anyway. Full throwbacks. Sanji pussy attack. He's annoying like a fly. No, for real, fighting him would be like fighting a fly. He zips everywhere. I said it to Foily. She said, "Close your legs!" She said the same thing I did. Flies were a symbol of tenacity. Considering flies survived the desert, I can see why they'd think that. Ancient Egypt liked bugs a lot. Bugs, cats, cows, and crocodiles. Oh, and birds. Can't forget birds. Oh, hippos. How could I forget hippos? Flies were very dangerous for them. What kind of flies did they have? Do they have fruit flies? I fucking hate... Oh, sorry, horse flies. Fly can take away your sight. Well, flies digging into their eyes. Oh my goodness. Is there a camel god in ancient Egyptian? There must be, right? Did they never have a god with a camel head? Oh, I see, Subaki. That is odd, isn't it? You'd think camels would be really precious. Dragon? Set was various animals, but he was never a dragon. Set was like a crocodile, hippo, jackal, etc. mix. They look stupid. Camels aren't native from Egypt. Oh, are they not? Okay, that makes sense. I was thinking that, but I was like, no, they have to be native. Are they not native to Egypt? Sorry, my shoulder hurts. Ow. I gotta pop my bone. Stop it, guy with 3 eyes. Hi, Wrath. Where have I been? What? Because I don't know camels aren't native to Egypt? Oh! Where have I been in the world? I thought you were being smart with me. Many places. So where are camels naturally from? Because we have them in Australia, but they're not native here. Oh, you were talking to Mr. Nine. Where have I been? I went to New York last year. That was wild. New York, England, Paris, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand. Other countries that I do not remember because I was a wee lad. I was gonna say Camel's Middle East, right? That sounds about right. Arrived in Egypt in 5 BC, late to the party. Just late. They missed everything. Hi. You've never seen the ocean? Wow. No, Aaron, camels are not native to Australia. I just said that. They were imported. People see a desert and go, we need a camel. Stat. Aaron, tell me when you're playing Rivals. So I can finish work. I just woke up. This reminds me, when I was in year 3, there was a kid in my class who said, Australia has camels. Everyone booed him and didn't believe him, including the teacher. The teacher was like, Australia doesn't have camels, honey. And he was getting like, tomatoes were being thrown at this man, at this boy. He was being just destroyed by the whole class. Until my teacher looked it up and then came back to the class and was like, actually, we do have camels. And to this day, I feel really bad for that kid. Because he just got ragged on by even the teacher. Australia doesn't have camels. We do have camels. They're just not native. He literally had his Jesus moment. They're related to alpacas, that makes sense. Aaron, yes, by the way. That kid manifested camels into Australia. His hatred was so strong that he manifested the camels. Leather. I do not believe we have monkeys, and I think I remember this because I remember looking up if we had any native monkeys. And I was like, we have a rainforest but no monkeys. This is so fucked up. I remember being really upset about it. Shut up, Aaron. Because I remember thinking, if we have a rainforest, surely we have a native monkey. We don't. I was really fucking upset about that. We don't even get the good rainforest, you know? Not a shingle monkey. We don't even have lemurs. Oh, what's the point of our rainforest just has snakes and bugs. And killer birds. No, I don't think koalas are bears. Because they're marsupials. Yeah, I didn't think so, no. They're marsupials. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure marsupials its own category. Are our largest mammals kangaroos? It makes sense, but I feel like we've got something bigger than that. The red kangaroo! No, it is the biggest mammal that we have. Red kangaroos are huge. Do you remember that red kangaroo that could that was ripped and it could fold a bucket in half? Fun fact, that kangaroo's name is Roger. Guess why I remember that? King of the kangaroos. No, I could not fist fight a kangaroo. I pray anyone does not fist fight a kangaroo. Here's the thing. Yeah, you can fist fight a kangaroo. They have claws. You can sure try. Your gut's gonna get clawed open. And you know what kangaroos do, by the way? Kangaroos fight dogs. I don't know what's in their instinct to fight. Oh, because dingoes. Anyways, kangaroos fight dogs because dogs look like dingoes, because dingoes are a dog. Do you know what they do? They arm lock them and they drown them. Did you know that? Kangaroos will lead dogs to water. And they'll headlock them and try to drown them. They are beasts. Like, you don't want to fight them. They can't make them drink, they make them drown. I mean, there's a video of a guy saving his dog because his dog got headlocked by a kangaroo and he like kicked the kangaroo off his dog. The dog is fine. Here's a quiz. If you know this by heart, don't answer, by the way, okay? If you know by heart, don't answer. I want to see if anyone actually knows, just off the top of their head. What makes a marsupial a marsupial? Punch. Punch. Sorry, I should have said if you're an Australian, don't answer this. I really like punch. It's the pouch. All marsupials have a pouch, but I'm really leaning towards punch. I know you know, Mr. Nine. Any other funny Aussie animal stories? My dad popped a tire once because he accidentally ran over an echidna. He did not mean to. It was an accident. But it popped his tire, so it got him. Don't let your dog chase a wombat, Aaron. Why? Sorry, I have to close and open the program. Why? That's really ominous. If the wombat goes into a hole, it'll kill your dog. I had no idea! I had no idea. Oh yeah, I've seen crocodiles. Fun fact, there was a lake that I used to swim at. Where I grew up. The lake was then closed off. No one could ever swim in it again. Guess why? Guess why? They mistook a male for a crocodile. Yeah, they found a big fat fucking crocodile in the lake. And according to like Australian laws or whatever, or I guess because no one wants to, the crocodile could not be moved somewhere else. So the lake is now forever that crocodile's territory. Yeah, crocodiles are terrifying. There are multiple stories of people walking across a beach with their dog and their dog just gets grabbed. Like, saltwater crocodiles, they're fucking horrifying. If you see like a bog, if you're on the beach and you walk behind the beach to the mangroves, don't go in there. 90% of the time there's a crocodile. Like, I'm terrified. I'm so terrified of them. I don't know if they take cows. They probably do though, because they're big enough to do that. Oh, sorry, Bertha. I didn't realize you were sensitive to that. I think they take any animal that's just at the water. They're so scary. I hate them. I grew up in a state that had nothing but big fat crocodiles. No, Florida has alligators. No, crocodiles are not only dangerous if they're hungry. I'll tell you what it is. It's the women. It's the girl crocs. You know why? Because that's their territory. If you see a crocodile, you are probably in their territory and you fucking run. You run. You don't even want to try. Because, yeah. If you see a crocodile, you're in their territory. You don't want to be there. You don't want to be there. They're very territorial. Crocodiles in Egypt were basically babied. Oh, well, the hippos were the things that were scary in Egypt, weren't they? To be fair, there's freshwater and saltwater crocodiles. Freshwater crocodiles are babies. They're little lizards. Saltwater crocodiles, ooh, fuck that. Absolutely fuck that. Crocodiles are scarier than the banana gators, because the banana gators actually listen to crocodile. All I know is one of the reasons tourists, like, die in Australia is because they jump in crocodile-infested waters. I'm horrified of them, guys. I'm horrified of them. You know the meme of, like, scary signs everywhere in Australia? It's true. If you see a body of water in Australia, you look to see if there's a crocodile sign. Better yet, just don't jump in there unless you know people can swim in there. Yeah, I've run into multiple venomous snakes. It's simple. You avoid them and they avoid you. Actually, when I was little, I had like a... Is this an Usopp moment? We had a huge python on our steps as we walked up to my house. I was like 9. It was dark and I couldn't see it. I stepped over it. I was in front of my family and I stepped over it. And I heard my mum go, ah. And I turn around because the light had actually finally come on, the sensor light. There's a huge python. And I went, ah! And you know what I did? I jumped back over the python to get back to my mum. Not to protect her, but because I was scared of it. I hopped over it twice. My mum thought that was so fucking funny. She was like, you already jumped over it, you just did it again. I got scared, I didn't know what to do. Yeah, python. Big fat one. I know, why hasn't Australia gotten a Pokemon region? I think we really deserve it. I like snakes. I'm not scared of snakes anymore because now I know which ones are poisonous and which ones aren't. I know meese are huge. I really like meese. I like meese a lot, and I know they're massive. I like the sound they make. Or is that elks? The you know, the noise? I can't make the noise, but you know it. Is that a moose or elk? That's an elephant. No! No, I really like meese. I think they're cool. I don't know if we have orcas per se, but I'm pretty sure we have pods of orcas that move through Australia or around Australia, unless I'm thinking of humpback whales. Yeah, we do. They gather each summer, apparently. Isn't that cute? Oh my god, they have a hot girl summer in Australia. That's adorable. We get a lot of whales. We also have penguins. Did you know that? Not emperor penguins, we have fairy penguins. They're adorable. Well, orcas aren't native to Australia, they just travel through Australia. They come to Australia for summer. It's summer holidays. Also, I've had a thought about Loki. Sorry, let's go back to One Piece for a second. A lot of people are going, boo, 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 Loki. He shot lightning at Elbaf. He set it on fire. And a lot of people are going, well, if he did that, then he just, like, why did he do that? He has to be horrible. That was a bluff, and now we know that was a bluff because he just wanted to get out of his chains. I do not believe he was intending to cause harm to Elbaf at all, because directly after he did that, what did we see? We saw that Elbaf has a very responsive firefighting team. How the fuck was Loki supposed to know that kids were being sleepwalked into that fire? That wasn't his fault. Do you know what I mean? Because so many people say, oh, but because of Loki. Bro, Loki has no fucking idea what is happening to the kids. He just tried to throw a bluff to get unchained. So my thought is, because Loki knows Elbaf has a very responsive fire team, he knows that they would have been on it in seconds and that it wasn't actually going to hurt anyone. It was a bluff, right? But Loki accidentally helped the kids get out of it. I'm not sure if he did that. No, the fire, the reason the firefighters are getting fucked by the fire is because of the nightmares that are currently hindering them. The fire also could have been an alert for something, because it made them blow the Elbaf horn. I simply don't think Loki is just evil enough to just set fire to a tree. I think there's many ulterior... Oh, everyone became more invested. Yeah, okay, you're thinking the same as me then, Tsubaki. But, I do think that that Loki wasn't just trying to be evil. I think that that fire had two meanings behind it. A bluff and an alert. Because Loki knows that Elbaf will quickly respond to fire. Very quickly. And it was also a non-populated branch on the outside. Because I said, if Loki really wanted to set fire to Elbaf, he was at the root of the Atom Tree. The literal base. Why couldn't he just set that on fire? But he didn't. Because remember, one of the firefighters immediately got taken out by the nightmares. Immediately. And it's not like Loki knows what the fuck's going on up there. Like when people say, but because of Loki, the children... And it's like, No! These kids would not be walking into any fire. It's the Holy Knights. Respectfully, I think it's really weird to blame Loki for that when how the fuck does he know what's going on up there? Yeah, he could have not set fire, but he's trying to get out of his chains. Because all I know is if Loki actually wanted to cause damage to Elbath with that strike, he could have, but he didn't. Exactly, we still don't know enough. Ow. Sorry, hang on. Ugh. My shoulder really hurts. No, Loki did not kill a horse. The rumors are that he killed a horse. That's a rumor. We don't actually know anything Loki has done. We only know word of mouth. Once again, if I don't see it, I don't believe it. Especially not in One Piece. The giants say Loki's the reason the family horse died. I don't believe that. Because remember what Zoro said to Luffy? All he knows about Loki is rumors. He didn't even say that he knows facts. He just says, all I know about Loki is rumors, and Zoro's falling into it. All we know about Loki are rumors. We don't actually know anything factual. Apart from, he called Hyduden a bastard. Sorry, hang on. Ow. I'm trying to pop the bone in the back here. Ugh, that'll do. Evil horse. Zoro's on edge, but not to the point that he's not trusting Luffy's word. That's the difference. Oh my god, it's time to play game. Alright. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, everyone. It's game time. Assemble! Alright, I might come back and keep working tonight. Who knows? But, I'd assume it's bedtime for most of you anyway. Most of yous, I'd assume. So, yeah. So, I'll either be back tonight for me or tomorrow whenever I want to work again. If I feel like working more tonight, I've got a lot of audio editing to do and I hate audio editing so I can feel I'm putting it off. Whatever, I might see you guys tonight. Okay? For now, bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye. Hang on, let me get my box. Alright, streamer is in box and is about to play Rivals. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you for joining. Thank you, and thank you for teaching me new things, by the way, Tsubaki. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye. Bye.